for this first topic. After that, once we are done with that, we'll have a short break, and then we'll dive into the actual SQL side of things. So we'll actually work with the SQL exercises and so forth. So hopefully you guys will get some hands-on on SQL as well. And at the end, we will summarize, since technically today is the last session for learning. So I'll have Dilip basically provide the summary of what you guys have learned in the camp and what would be the next step and so forth. So we'll talk a little bit on that, maybe around 12, between 12 and 12:30. We'll spend some time on that. And then we dive into the project. That would be the last item. Divide up the team and work through that process. So today it will be a busy session since we are adding SQL as well, SQL portion of it. So hopefully we can cover up everything that we need for today. Okay, with that said, let's get started with today's topic. So today we will be covering the Ruby Cucumber test automation. And as part of that, I will provide you overview of test automation framework using the Ruby Cucumber. You guys will get some idea about what is the Ruby looks like, how to write the Cucumber test. Actually, you guys will write a bunch of it in the class today as a class exercise. And finally, how does it work end to end? The Ruby Cucumber, Watir, and Selenium. So how do you build the automation test? So I'll show you the demo of it. And from there on, we'll move on to the next topic. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you guys just confirm that?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
All right. So as I said, it will be a busy session today. So we'll keep moving. All right. So the goal of the topic, as I said, learn about the test automation framework using Ruby, Cucumber, Watir, and Selenium. There is a terminology called acceptance test driven development. So I will be covering that as well, what it is and how to go about writing acceptance test and what is acceptance test driven development. What is test driven development, and obviously Ruby Cucumber framework. So I hope you guys already know or remember based on our last session how the automation testing works. But I'm just want to summarize here, looking at the definition here. So it's a process of execution of tests and comparison of actual outcome with the predicted outcome without human intervention. So that's kind of like utilizing a tool, kind of like what we did in the last class. UFT was a tool that we were using, but ultimately we were mimicking the real user at that point. So comparing the actual outcome with the predicted outcome, utilizing a tool. So that's what the automation tool does. That's how all the automation tool works. Whether you are using a UFT or using a Ruby, Cucumber, Selenium, and so forth. Feel free to stop me, ask any question, because I'm going to skim through certain slides here very quickly, and then we'll dive into the actual Ruby Cucumber side of things. But this is more like a summary, which we already covered in the last session. So the way tool works, or how the real user interacts is we actually, when we are doing the manual testing, we visually identify the part of the page that we want to interact with, whether it's a text box or clicking on a link or clicking on a button and so forth, or doing some data entry. So we have to go through that manual process there. But ultimately, we are taking some action, whether we are doing data input or clicking on something. 99% of the time, that's what we do manually. And automation tool works the same way as we saw with the UFT. That's the actions we are doing. So with the UFT, we were using the set, which was action, right? Utilizing that UFT tool. In the script, we had a set action, which was actually writing the data to the field on a web page, or where we are clicking it, but there was a button, it was a click on a button as well. So generally, automation testing tool is able to playback or pre-recorded and predefined actions, compare the result to the expected behavior, and report the success or failure. That's what it ultimately boils down to when we talk about the automation testing. And we saw a bunch of examples as well, or actually the tools as well. I mentioned Selenium, Watir WebDriver, Capybara. Then we had UFT, Microsoft Test. There was a coded UI from Microsoft tool, and there are a few others as well. So there are a bunch of tools available in the market. Okay. So that was kind of like about just in general how the automation testing works. Now let's talk about one more terminology here, which is called acceptance test driven development. It is short form wise, it is called ATDD as well, acceptance test driven development. Okay, so it's a more of a practice or technique that we apply, and specifically in the agile world, this practice is used. Remember the waterfall methodology that you guys have gone through, right? So in the waterfall, typically what happens is you have a business analyst who is working with the business to collect the requirement. And then they will write a lengthy document similar to what we have for Arfloan. So they write the requirements document. It could take them maybe 3 months, 4 months, depending on the project. And then once they get a sign off from the business, they will hand it over to the developers or the QA analyst for review. Now, QA analyst will review that, and they will start analyzing the document. Developers will do the same thing, and they will provide their own feedback to the business analyst. If they have any questions, they will ask business analyst to clarify, right? And the business analyst, if they don't know the answer, they will go back to the business, and they will get clarification, and then modify the document and provide the document again for the review, revised one. So that's a kind of like a VCS cycle, if you really think of it. That's not very effective way of doing things in the real life, because you are going back and forth with the business, and everybody interprets their own way. So as a QA, you will interpret the requirements document differently. That's a possibility. Differently than the actual developers who are reading the same document. Same thing, if there are two QAs are reading the same document, they might interpret it differently as well. So that's not a good practice, because it's a lot of handoff happens for the document, and a lot of going back and forth that happens, and so forth. So that's the issue when you are building a software, because everybody works in the silos. That's the problem. So that's where the ATDD practice comes in the picture. And what ATDD does is it's a collaborative practice where developers, software users, and business analysts, they work together collectively to capture the requirements and define the acceptance criteria as well. So acceptance criteria I'll talk about in the next couple of slides. But it's essentially define the requirements together. So imagine you are in the agile world, right? And you have business analysts, you have developers, you have QA, and so forth. So what everybody does is when the business analyst is capturing their requirements or having the discussions with the business, the whole team typically sits together in the same meeting where while business analyst is capturing the requirement, so that everybody understands the requirement, what business is asking for in a software, specific software functionality wise. Ultimately, business analyst is still responsible for documenting and getting the approvals. But you are, as a QA, you are sitting right on the table. You as a developer sitting right on the table with the business. So you can ask the question right there if you see something red flag wise, or if you don't understand something or it wasn't clear to you. So it's not just business analyst who basically ask the question. It's a collective, it's a collaborative effort. And that's what ATDD does. So you all have your input in the requirements collection, but ultimately business analyst is responsible for capturing and documenting the requirements or creating the stories and so forth. But you can also provide the input. So this collaborative practice is called ATDD. And so ATDD is a process or practice. Now, how do you document the requirement? It's a little bit different than the waterfall side of things. Okay, and that's where the acceptance criteria comes in the picture, and which I'll talk next. In acceptance criteria, think of it, acceptance criteria is nothing but the requirement. It's a right way of writing the requirement in a specific way. So that you can get the approval from the business and you can document those acceptance criteria as part of the user stories. So it's a specific way of writing the requirements. That's all it is, acceptance criteria. Let me pause here for a second, see if anybody has any question on the ATDD understanding. Okay, no questions, so I'll move on. So as I said, it's ATDD is a practice or the way of collecting. Basically, it's a collaborative effort between the team and the business. And the main goal of the ATDD is that to ensure that the requirements are well defined. Ultimately, that's the goal. And second one is everybody is on the same page from the team perspective. Everybody has the same understanding of the requirement. That's the main goal of ATDD process. And you will see that as part of the Agile process a lot. So there are different terminologies for the ATDD that you might hear. So AT, acceptance test driven development, is obviously there, but you will see something like behavior driven development or BDD process, or specification by example as well. Agile acceptance testing as well. So these are different terminology for ATDD. Essentially, everybody works collectively with the business to collect the requirement, and everybody has the same understanding. That's the main goal of this practices mentioned here. Okay, so it minimizes the handoff because you don't wait to write your test cases or start basically understanding that basically, so you don't wait for the documents handoff from the business analyst and so forth here. And that's the reason I think everybody is moving towards Agile, because more and more companies are leveraging ATDD. It's a collective effort for collecting the requirement and so forth. That's the whole reason you are seeing the trend, or it has already started maybe 7-8 years ago, this trend. moving from waterfall to agile side of approach. Okay, so how do you collect the requirement using the ATDD process? So I mentioned the acceptance criteria. So that's the terminology we use. So when the business analyst documents the requirement, it is in form of acceptance criteria. The way they are writing is a little bit different than the waterfall world. And but essentially, these are specific requirements for the product or project that must meet, or these are the requirements. Acceptance criteria is nothing but requirement. Now, one thing here. So obviously requirement has to be defined before anybody can do development, right? I mean, that's a no-brainer. The second part is okay. So here, obviously, this has to be defined, right? Requirements. Now, the way it is written is more likely to capture the customer intent rather than development reality. So let's understand that a little bit. So generally, I mean, when you see the requirement, they talk about the screens and layouts and all other things. So it's more of a design form that you typically see in the waterfall world. What the acceptance criteria is focused on is it talks about what is really needs to happen, not how it needs to happen. Okay, so when you have a screen design included in the requirements document, that talks about how customer is going to perform the activity or function within the system. So that's what the how talks about. Now, the requirements or acceptance criteria is focused more on the what needs to happen rather than how. Now, that doesn't mean the stories cannot include the screen layouts and so forth. But when we talk about the acceptance criteria form of requirement, it talks about what needs to happen in a plain English language. And then you might have supporting documents as part of the tie to the story, which could be screen layout and so forth, which could display some type of house if the customer prefers that approach. So it's a combination, it's a hybrid approach you could take, you're gonna find in the real life, okay? Ideally, acceptance criteria needs to include only what type of thing, not having how, but in the reality, you will see both the requirements, and then you will have more supplemental documents describing the screens and so forth as well. So that's kind of like a hybrid approach I have seen in the real life, pretty much in any company here. So let's see what it is so that we understand from the example standpoint. So here, okay, let me get rid of that. Okay. All right. So there are rules of defining the acceptance criteria. Okay. So it should contain actor, verb, and observable result. So we are talking about strictly the requirement here. Okay. So it's typically written in this type of form here, where we say, as an actor, I want to perform certain action so that I can achieve certain goal or outcome. Okay, so that's a typical way of writing the acceptance criteria from that standpoint, or from the requirement standpoint. So here, if you look at this particular example here, as an administrator, I want to be able to create user account so that I can grant user access to the system. Now think about you had the super user, you had the login type of thing, right? So here you can write as a super user, I want to be able to create what type of user account. So you should be able to create a dealer user account so that I can grant dealer user access to the system. Then you have another acceptance criteria as a super user. I want to be able to create a lender user account so that I can grant lender users access to the system. So it's written a little bit differently here. If you have to write it in the ATDD or acceptance criteria format, so you will be writing something like that in this story, and you will be creating as part of the user story for the for specifically for granting user access. So you will have a bunch of acceptance criteria as part of the user stories, and then developer will take a look at it and they will start implementing that type of functionality. Any question here on the acceptance criteria? Okay.
Harshal?
Yeah.
Like I'm confused between ATD and Agile. Are they both same or how they are?
Yes. So ATDD is used as part of the Agile process. Okay. So it, as I said, it's more like a practice. It's not a methodology like Agile, but it is part of the Agile. So remember what happens in the Agile, right? So you have first day, you have the planning meeting that happens in the Agile process on the day one, right? Because you have to work through certain stories and you have to come up with what are the, you're gonna break down the task, you meaning the whole team in the Agile world. They sit together and typically it's a 4-hour long process. So they work with the business and they go over each and every story one by one, and they identify the acceptance criteria, which are nothing but the requirement as well. And they will document that right there and then in that 4-hour meeting, working with the business. So, but that's in the same meeting, it's not just only business analyst sitting there. It's typically developers, quality assurance folks, and everybody else sitting there, and they are dissecting the user stories and understanding that. So that's typically, so ATDD is more of a collaborative tool, right? It's more of a practice. It's not even a methodology, it's a practice. So you apply on that Agile process. It's just that everybody is on the same page from the understanding standpoint. And it's nothing new, okay? If you see the successful projects in IT, it's always a collaborative effort wins because everybody working together collaboratively and so forth. So it's just a terminology describing that particular practice. That's all it is. Does that make sense, Dimple?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's but it's part of the Agile because that we are applying that practice in the Agile process. Now Agile has a lot more things that happens, right? I mean, as part of that, but this is like a collecting the requirement, and that's how do you collect the requirement, and how do you ensure that everybody has the same understanding? So that's what the ATDD focuses on.
So does this happen, this ATDD, like just in the early phase of Agile?
Because yes, that is exactly what it is, because you are collecting the acceptance criteria, right? Okay. So that's where everything starts. Everybody needs to understand what customer is asking for. So what ATDD says, let's have everybody sit together while we are collecting the requirement or in form of user stories, and so that everybody has the same understanding.
Okay. So in the Agile, like most of all the work they do in a sprints, but this is before sprint because in the sprints they have some number of stories.
What they do is in the planning meeting, which is generally happens on the first day of the sprint.
Okay.
So if your sprint is starting on Monday and ends on next Friday, so 2 weeks down the road. So you sit down, the whole team sits down while they are pulling out some user stories, right? Because you have product backlog, you have certain stories in there, but those stories everybody needs to understand, right, before they start working on the pull that in. So that's where they will sit down with the business and say, we're going to pull this story in, but I think team needs a little bit more understanding, and they can refine those stories right there in the 4-hour meetings, and the document the acceptance criteria, which is nothing but like a requirements, what the way you write the requirement, kind of like I'm showing you on this particular screen as well. So you refine those stories and then pull that in your sprint backlog so that everybody starts working through afterwards.
Okay, so before like starting on the project, so do they explain the whole like application or whole software what they are expecting, or just a part, like just some stories?
Yeah, it will be the stories only, right? Because that's the
Okay.
whole defeats the whole purpose of the agile.
Yes.
If you now, some people may need to understand the whole piece, and generally that's the architect or system architect, or whoever is engaged in the proposal phase. They know what system's supposed to do, right, before even it becomes a project. So there is a whole other process that happens. So typically architects are involved in that process as a high level.
Okay.
So kind of like it's a sketch, right? It's idea. Before that, it's idea before it becomes a project. But
Yes.
once they have the project, you have to nail down all the details about that, and that's where this acceptance criteria and this part comes in for collecting the detail requirement, if you think it that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, but the ultimate goal, right? I mean, what is the goal here? So team understanding on how a feature will work from customer's perspective. Again, everybody is on the same page for the requirement and so forth. Removes ambiguity from the requirement. So here, business analyst is not writing the story, right? Just only story. You are there sitting on the table. You are collectively working with the business analyst. What he's writing or she is writing, you already know based on the acceptance criteria that you discuss with the business. So everybody's just have same understanding, but business analysts will document that and work through that process. Now, finally, the acceptance criteria, advantage of acceptance criteria is, since developers are on the same page, so it limits the developers to adding only the functionality that the user story requires. So sometimes developers think, oh, it would be nice to add this thing as well. No, you stick to the story. If the story says these 5 acceptance criteria or 5 requirements we have to implement, those are the only 5 things. So if the super user can do 4 setup, can create 4 users, that means they have to create only 4 users. You cannot, developers cannot assume, hey, 5th user is coming in the future, let me go and add this part of the story. So that's kind of like a limits the scope or adds a constraint for development as well. So that's the main goal of acceptance criteria, improving the clarity about requirements from the features, software feature standpoint. Okay. All right, so let me move on to the acceptance test. So there is a new terminology. Well, it's not a new terminology, but I'm sure you guys heard about it earlier, acceptance test. So you have acceptance criteria, and now the acceptance test goes along with that acceptance criteria. So let's understand what it is, and then we'll dive into a little bit more with the acceptance test. Now, why you guys are learning this, right? Because the Ruby Cucumber automation is based on the acceptance test and acceptance criteria and so forth. So you need to understand this process in order to write your test automation testing, in order to do the automation testing using Ruby Cucumber, Selenium, and Watir framework. Okay, so that's the whole goal of, well, that's the reason I'm going over some fundamentals for you guys, so that you can write, if you have to create ultimately automation tests, then only you will create it. Now, if you don't know how to write acceptance tests, you cannot create the automation test using Ruby Cucumber Watir Selenium or Java Cucumber Watir Selenium, whatever framework. Okay, it's a little bit different than the UFT. Okay, so acceptance tests. Again, tests are tests. So it represents some expected result from the system. That's ultimately that's what it boils down to. So they are some. It's a way of writing some tests. Now you don't wait till the end. So here, generally, when you write your test cases, right, or detailed steps and so forth, customer typically does not come in the picture. Okay, that happens way down the road in the waterfall world, your detailed test cases and so forth. I mean, Agile, if you are writing in the Agile process, you can still write the detailed test cases and so forth, but that comes down the road as part of the process. So what here they are saying is, you have to write some acceptance tests in a certain way, and you also will sit down with the customer to make sure to make sure you are writing the correct, basically acceptance test, and you want to review that with the customer as well as part of the ATDD process. So you are not working in silos. It's not just a QA reviewing with another QA. You want to ensure that customer understands what your acceptance tests are, and it meets their needs. Now think about the easier way to understand is what the acceptance test looks like. Is think about what users will be testing in the UAT phase. Can anybody tell me what is the users? What in the UAT phase, right? You guys understand the SDLC phase. What type of testing the users will do, and what is the goal of that testing in the normal SDLC?
User acceptance test.
Yes. So that's what is the goal of that test? What is that you are trying to achieve, or what the users are trying to achieve from that standpoint?
If they are satisfied with the application.
Okay. But what does it mean when you say satisfied with the application? What does it mean by that from the user standpoint?
Like, is it? Are you asking like QA standpoint or the user's standpoint?
Well, when the users are doing the testing, right? What is the goal? Why they are doing the testing? Okay, I think most of you understand, but probably not just the way you are thinking. But they want to ensure, users wants to ensure that it meets their business processes. That's why ultimately we are building the software, right? Whether it's Arfloan or something else. Can I do my business process end to end utilizing the software, right? When you are writing as a QA, your focus is very narrow. When you write your test or test cases and so forth, you are testing particular piece of functionality, maybe a calculation, maybe does the button works or not, and so forth. But when you zoom out of that, right, and when you are looking from the user standpoint, can I do my business process end to end? So can I go from submitting a credit application to the not sending a notification to lender and lender approving? Can I come back and can the dealer ultimately approve the loan? That's the overall business process. So they're not going to write detailed test cases like you do. They think it from the functionality standpoint. Can I do my function? Can the lender does his function by going through calculating the loan payment to submitting the loan and getting the approval back That's the end-to-end process. So their goal is a little bit different, to test the functionality of the overall software or business that does it meet the business process? Does it work or not for that? While you guys are writing your test cases, that's very narrow focus. That is going down to the actual button level and particular page level and so forth. You are testing more like a very narrow level as well. So here the acceptance test that we are referring to is from the business standpoint. Can we do end-to-end or whatever business process or function? Can we do that? So in whatever the user story is written, so you are writing the acceptance test from the business standpoint here. Okay, so that's just similar to the UAT test. If you are to write UAT test, that would be something similar to you would be writing in the acceptance test here. Okay, so what it is, so that's the whole point. You are reviewing with the customer. Does that meet their needs? So you are not writing the detailed test cases here. Okay, that is there. That will come later in the process. But here you are writing more like acceptance tests on behalf of user, so that you can review it and make sure they are correct and it will meet the customer needs from that standpoint. Okay, so the whole idea is user story is not considered complete until it has passed the acceptance test. Because if it doesn't meet the functionality need of the business, then obviously story is not complete from that standpoint. If the super user cannot create the user specified in the acceptance criteria, obviously that's functionality is not complete from there. So generally the acceptance test you can write in a certain format. Okay, so how do you write this type of acceptance test here? So you have this format, and I'll cover that a little bit in depth as well. But in general, there will be a given. You have your precondition, when, the actor plus action, then some type of observable result here. Okay, so acceptance test you will be typically writing in this format: given, when, then format. Okay, and I'll go over that a little bit, I think in the next slide or slide after that, a little bit more. But that's the ideal format for writing the acceptance test.
Harshal, I have a question about this.
Sure.
In waterfall, like what we have understand about the user acceptance test.
Yep.
So that was doing at the last stage of the.
That is correct.
Yes. So in this case, so QAs, do they, like when this happened, like before writing test cases and all that stuff, do they?
Yes, so this one happens in that 4-hour meeting I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yep. So because you are understanding, it may not happen in the 4-hour meeting, but you have good understanding, right? So you will do that at the end of the day. You have to produce the good acceptance test as well for the business to get a sign off, or kind of like a validate the understanding of the requirement from the quality assurance standpoint. So you have a higher role to play in the ATDD process. So you have to work closely with the business, make sure whatever acceptance test, again, your acceptance, right? So you will write it, but again, you will get input from the developers as well as business analyst as well. And obviously business will be there as well. So it's a kind of like a collaborative part. Again, you are not writing in silos. You will work with the other team members and come up with the acceptance test at that time. Now, here, the important part is you might have some examples as well. So remember the specification by example terminology that we used earlier for ATDD process. Again, let's say you're writing acceptance test for loan calculator. Right? So you are writing the acceptance test, but you might ask for specific example. Okay, so if I supply $1,000, I should get back $30. So that's kind of like a specific example that you will document as in form of acceptance test as well. and so forth. I think in the next slide, we will go through certain scenarios, hopefully that will make it more clear how you go about writing this type of test. It's a different mentality, okay, than the test cases that you have written so far. Hopefully that answers your question. Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So this is the example of acceptance test here. Okay. So let me pull up here. So ultimately, it has certain attributes or characteristics. So self-explanatory, independent, focus on a single thing. Okay. So those are some of the attributes of acceptance test here. And it's written in plain English. So you don't need fancy thing. It's written in plain English and so forth. So what it says is here, if I'm reading this particular first one, acceptance test, given I am an admin user, here I can say given I am a super user, when I create a dealer account, dealer user account, then dealer user should be able to log in the system. That would be one way of writing the acceptance test. But here, given I am an admin user, when I create an account, then user should receive the confirmation. Now, is there any ambiguity in there? Maybe, maybe not, right? I mean, this one is written pretty much clearly. And when you explain to the business, they will say, yeah, okay, it makes sense to me. As admin, I should be able to create an account. Then I should receive some type of confirmation. What type of confirmation, whether it's an email or not, if they are very specific on that, then you can specify it here. When I should, then the user should receive the email confirmation. Maybe that's what it's supposed to be. But they are self-explanatory. You don't need anything else. It's a plain English, and that's how you are writing it. Now, what is the second part? It says is independent. So if you are creating a different type of user accounts, so you have the first one like this, and then second one talks about creating a different type of user. So they both acceptance tests are independent of each other. Okay, so that means it's first test, which is here. Let's come back here. Okay, so this is a first test. And let's say you have something similar also down here. Given I am admin user, when I create a different type of user account, then that user should also receive some confirmation. So this could be first test, and second one could be different type of user account. That's a second test. Now, what the rule says is they are again independent of each other. So this test cannot depend on this test, second one. Okay. Same way, the second test cannot depend on first one. So they both has to be independent. And that's how these tests are. And I'll show you when we automate it down the road, or I'll show you after a few slides, it will start making sense. But they are not dependent on each other. Okay, this test. That's what it is here. Okay. Okay, and the last thing is focused on a single thing, right? So think about if you read this, right? What are you testing here? So you are testing the Bing search functionality, right? So given I am on the Bing search page, when I enter search criteria and I search, then I should see matching search result. Now, this particular test here, okay? Let's come back. So it talks about 4 things that you are doing. Now I could have a specific test if I'm writing with the specific example. So when I am on Bing search page, when I enter search criteria as Intellix software, okay, I can be as specific as that. I can include some data as well, or some example. This is called specification by example. And I search, then I should see Intellix software in the matching search results, so that you can be that specific. Now you are including the examples as well. If you show this to the user, they will think, okay, yep, that's what the system's supposed to do. This particular functionality supposed to do in this case. Okay. So that's another example of basically test case. Acceptance test. Now, if you notice, right, these tests are about business domain and not about software design. Did I talk about what I do, what type of action I perform on the page or not? I don't really care how I do that. Remember, when you are writing the acceptance test here, you are writing on day one, you are collecting the acceptance criteria, sitting down with the team, then you are writing the acceptance test. Do you have any details about how the functionality is supposed to be built? You don't, right? Because you just have the requirement and you wrote the acceptance test based on the requirement right there. You don't know how the page will be built. Will I have a search box? Will I have a button? Nobody knows, right? So it's not about the software design. You should not include any button clicking, which you normally do in the test cases. You need to eliminate them from the acceptance test. So it's focused on the business functionality, business domain, not focused on software design. How the user is going to perform, that's out of the scope for the acceptance test. It focuses on what needs to happen, not how it needs to happen. That's the important distinction between the acceptance test using the for the ATDD versus you are writing the detailed test cases. Because your test cases say, go to the site, log in, click on this button, enter username in this particular field. Because you already have some software design in mind, you already know how to picturize, you are putting those details in. Here, you don't even have a software. You are writing the acceptance test before it's being built. That's the main distinction between these two type of acceptance testing. Okay. So think it that way. Without software and with some software design, you're gonna have different type of tests. Okay. Hopefully it gives you guys some idea about the acceptance test here. Okay.
I have a small doubt.
Yes.
Like when you said like in acceptance tense, like we will use given, when, and then.
Yep.
But in this Bing search, they have also used and. So can we use even the and?
Yep. So that's my next topic. So I'm gonna.
Okay.
We'll talk a little bit more in depth about what this format looks like.
Okay, sure.
Because that's something you need to understand when you are writing the test, right? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna skip this slide. I think you guys already know, and we already covered this earlier. I think this epic feature, so I'm not gonna worry about that. But let me come back to the question here, right? So what it is, okay? So I'm gonna cover the Cucumber side of things. So now, hopefully you guys understand this high level acceptance test type of thing, right? But we're gonna dive into a little bit more in depth and see how we can use the certain tools and techniques. So that's where the Cucumber comes in the picture, okay? So now we're gonna talk about a little bit in the tools terminology. So how do we go about writing it? How do we automate it? Our main goal is to automate create the test automation using the Ruby Cucumber Watir Selenium framework. Okay, so Cucumber comes in the picture first. So again, it's not a food or anything. It's a more like a command line tool, and it is based on ATDD or BDD, behavior-driven development. Remember, what is a behavior-driven development, right? So again, we are writing the acceptance test focused on business domain, it doesn't talk about any software design. So it's more about software behavior, how the business processes needs to behave, how the software needs to behave to meet the business processes and so forth. So it's a behavior-driven development tool, or BDD tool, or ATDD tool as well. You can use an interchangeable terminology. And it allows the automation of a functional validation in easily readable and understandable format. Remember how we are writing the test using the plain English, right? There is no magic word here. Since it's a tool, it can be used with other tools like Selenium, Water, Capybara, and all those things. But Cucumber is a software tool, right? So it understands some specific, you have to write it certain way, your acceptance test, so that tool can interpret it, and then you can start automating it. Again, when you are writing the acceptance test, you're gonna write it in kind of like a plain English. So it needs to be written maybe in a Word document, maybe in some other tool. Generally, when you are writing the automation test, you're gonna leverage the industry standard tools. That doesn't mean that you cannot write it directly in the user story or in the Notepad or WordPad or whatever tool you use. You can obviously write it. But if you want to automate it, you have to utilize some industry tools and write it certain way. So here, the way you can do it here, the tools can interpret it. You write it in a plain language text files. Okay, so that's where you will write your acceptance test, and you have to make sure you save it as a dot features. Okay, so it could be, let's say you're writing a loan calculator, so you can create a loan calc dot feature, give extension of dot feature to that file, so that tool can interpret and then do whatever it needs to do later on. Now, feature file, in this file, think about you have multiple scenarios, right? So in the loan calculator, you can have positive scenario, right? You can have negative. Your scenario still remains same, okay? With the positive, negative, and all those things. So you can have multiple scenarios. You can write it in the Cucumber feature file. Okay. Now, you will also have steps, just like test case, you will also have steps, but I'm gonna cover that, okay? How do you go about writing the steps and so forth? So once you have the steps, so positive scenario, you will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, their own steps, how to write, basically do certain things. And what are the steps? I'll cover that. Now it is a Cucumber, right? So you have to write it such a way that tool can interpret. So it needs to follow some basic syntax rules. Okay, now we are talking about tool interpreting your plain English, whatever test you wrote. So it needs to follow certain basic syntax rules. The name set of this set of rule is called Gherkin. Okay, so when you say given, when, then, so it falls under Gherkin set of rules. Okay, so name of this Cucumber rules is called Gherkin. So that's kind of like a overall, basically in general, you're gonna see that. But let me go through here. Let's take a deep dive into what those rules are and how do you go about writing the test. Okay. Okay, so here are the rules here, basically. So let's talk one more. Okay. So you will have, so as I said, let's take an example of loan calculator. Okay. So that is, it's a feature this is a functionality you are testing, right? So in the file, let's say this is our text or feature file, loancalc.feature file. So you can have a feature. So again, feature is a keyword. So you have to write it certain way, and you can say it as a loan calculator. Okay. Then you can have your scenario. So I'm gonna pick scenario, and let's say positive test case. I'm just gonna name it as positive. And within that, you can have given when then. So I can have given when then. Okay. You also have and, but, and star. Okay. So given is, what is the given is? Given is our precondition. So for example, let me open a notepad here so that we can write it easily. All right, so let's come back here. Okay, so here, okay, this thing doesn't go away, so I gotta erase it. Okay, give me a second. Okay. All right. So let's say we are given this acceptance criteria. Let me start with the super user one, simple one. As a super user, so who is actor? What is the action? I shall be able to create dealer account. And then last step would be what is the outcome? So that dealer can log in to Arfloan. Okay, so this is our acceptance criteria. So you will create, as I said, you will write the acceptance test. So our acceptance test based on the acceptance criteria can be given I am logged in, my precondition, right? Given is a precondition. Given I am logged in as a super user. When I access user management and I create new dealer account and I create new dealer account, then new dealer account is created successfully and dealer user can log in into Arfloan. Okay. Again, I'm just writing in a plain English. If you are writing it, your steps, you might write it differently. Everybody writes differently, right? There are whole things. But let's understand what I wrote here. So given is always a precondition. So given I am logged in as a super user. Now again, you can have multiple. So this one, each one is a step here. So this one is a step. This one is a step. This is also kind of like some type of steps are nothing but actions that you are doing within the, these are expected action that you will be doing in the software. You can have multiple givens as well. So you can write basically, if you are two preconditions, you can write something like this. Given I access Arfloan and I'm logged in as a super user. You can have something like this. Now, how I am going to access, I don't know. It could be some URL, could be something but you don't worry about it when you are writing this type of test case. You write in a plain English, given I am accessing, given when I access Arfloan, given I access Arfloan, let me just leave it there. When I'm logged in as a super user, and I'm logged in as a super user. Now I have another step called when I access user management. I don't know how I'll be accessing user management. I might have to, once I log in, I might have to click the user management link or something like that, maybe, but I don't know how the system is going to be built. So, but at this point, I don't have all the details. So I'm thinking about user standpoint, how user will do. So user will go and they will access the user management, and they will then try to create a new dealer account, okay, from the user management. Then the new dealer account is created successfully. Will I get any confirmation message? I don't have those details, okay? So you don't worry about those details here. And then finally, you want to log in as a dealer, to log in into Arfloan again successfully at that point. Okay, so that's a way of you can write the acceptance test. Now let's come back to the syntax here. See what we did. Okay. Okay, give me a second here. I'll make sure I can see both together. Okay, so syntax. Now, when you are writing in a file, okay, so when you're writing in a file, you could have a feature call, and you can have a create dealer account. Okay, so that's the feature, overall functionality you are testing. Then this could be one scenario here that you can be writing. So these are nothing but the grouping of steps. So remember, you have test scenario tree, right? And every leaf you will have a test case. So again, if you are creating a dealer account, and let's say your acceptance criteria, you have another acceptance criteria as a super user, I shall be able to create lender account so that lender can log in to Arfloan. Okay, so let's say you have two acceptance criteria as part of your user stories. So in the same feature, I can have another scenario which validates whether I can create a new lender account or dealer account. So now your feature file will contain two. So you have one scenario, it says create user account here. Then scenario one, you can do it dealer account, and scenario two, you are testing the lender account. And you can sit down with the business and say, yep, these are the things you can perform functionality wise. You should be able to create the lender account by performing these steps, and business say, yep, it is okay or not. And they can validate from their standpoint that they are getting this functionality as part of this story. Okay. If you have multiple scenarios, you are creating a third acceptance criteria. You are creating for that, you can write at the bottom. So keep on adding all the acceptance criteria to test out the functionality belonging to that particular feature file or feature. Okay. Now here, I have given an end. I have two preconditions, right? I could have easily written something like this. Given I access Arfloan, given I am logged in as super user. When I access user management, instead of and, I can use when as well. Okay. When I create a new dealer account, then new dealer account is created successfully. Then the dealer can log into Arfloan successfully. Again, it's a combination. There are no rules. If you feel comfortable using multiple givens or given and end, you can certainly do so. It's up to the QA's basically discussion, how they want to write their acceptance test. Ultimate goal is to convey to the business and make sure they understand what you are building in the software. And what you're gonna test for the software. That's all it matters. Okay. So any question on this? So here, let me come back here. So we saw the feature command, right? So that's one. We use the scenario. Scenario is nothing but the grouping of all the steps. That's all it is. And again, it's more similar to your test tree scenarios on the leaf that we were talking about. Given, when, then, these are like precondition. Given typically should include precondition. When are your actions or steps, and then is a verification. How I'm going to verify the account is created successfully and lender can log in. Those are the verification steps. And but and star, again, you can use any combination here. Okay. If I write it, but I create a new lender account, does it make sense? Does it goes to the flow of the test here? Again, that's what you are trying to convey to the user, right? So you can use but here, or you can use star. Whichever makes it more clear, that's what you're gonna use. There is no such thing as you can't use any of the keywords, and so forth. So those are the typical ones that you're gonna use. Now there is one more command called background, right? So remember, in the same feature file here, these are kind of like a repeating steps, right? These two are repeating steps. Now, if you have 5 scenarios, you're gonna end up repeating these 2 steps here. So what you can do is, in the same feature file, you can do background and create these 2 given conditions, preconditions, put it in the background, and get rid of it from the individual scenarios. So what happens is when you actually automate this test, this background keyword will be applied to every scenario, and these 2 steps will be executed for every scenario here. So that way you can minimize some repetitive stuff and so forth. But again, for the learning purpose, I wouldn't worry about those things right now. You guys can simply write it something like this for individual steps. Now there is one more item, scenario outline, which goes along with the examples. Remember in the UFT, the parameterization exercise we did. So how do you do those type of things? So you can use scenario outline and examples. You use those things to supply multiple values and so forth. That's a little bit advanced topic, and I don't want to cover that here, but that is also available when you write your acceptance test as well. We generally spend, one session, whole session on this because there are so many variations of the way you can write it in our Ruby Cucumber camp. But again, I want to get you certain basic things so that you understand how to go about writing basic scenarios. Okay, so this is the example of the typical feature file, right? I showed you here as well what the feature file will look like. It starts with the feature keyword, then you have the scenarios, and then within the scenario, you will have given, when, then type of steps or your acceptance test in there. This is another example. Here, the feature keyword, they have more verbiage here. Then you have scenario. As admin user, I can log into the site. Again, more verbiage. But these are the actual acceptance tests here. Given I am on Arfloan page, when I enter valid credential and I log in, then I am on admin homepage. So that's kind of like another acceptance test you can have. Any question on this keywords or anything like that? I want to take a pause here for a minute.
Harshal, so when we write the Cucumber test, like if we have one feature, are
Yep.
we like writing positive and negative in the same like scenario 1 and scenario
Yes.
2?
So think about you are testing the complete functionality of a user story, right?
Mhm.
Generally, the story will include let's say about loan calculator, right? So you have one story for loan calculator. It might have acceptance criteria that says users should be able to calculate a loan, basically a payment by supplying the monthly or whatever monthly payment by supplying the loan amount. So you have to break down again, that part remains same. What is the positive? What are the different things you can test for loan calculator? That remains same. So you will have one feature keyword in the file. You will have always have one feature at the top, but then you multiple scenarios, positive scenario, negative scenario, and if you think of anything else scenario wise, you can have multiple scenarios in your feature file at that point. Just like what I did here. So you can have scenario 1, and you can describe the scenario, what the scenario is. This is you can have positive scenario with valid values, right? This one could be negative scenario with alphabets, right? You are trying to basically all the lips, you can put that in. For all the lips, you can have those scenarios listed out in the same feature file.
And are we doing this in the meeting or just like our
No, you guys, you are doing this this part in the meeting. Basically, you have to get the approval from the business. Okay, whatever acceptance test you are writing. Now, if you want to take time and do it, maybe on the same day, but maybe after the meeting, but you still need to get a review with the business. Okay, but generally, what we have seen is in 4-hour meeting, it's a good enough time because you are working with the developers, so everybody will have input in this acceptance test, but you are leading that effort from the quality assurance standpoint. So you own this part of writing that test, but then you have to review with the whole team plus business at that to make sure everybody is on the same page, what you're going to test and what is expected from the business. So it's more of a drawing board exercise. Sometimes I have seen it. You can just do a normal drawing board exercise, and developers can say, I think I can think of different scenario, and you will add that one more scenario over there. Okay. Hopefully that clarifies your question, Paurangi.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I want you to do is now, since you have some basic understanding of this keyword, so let's I'd like you guys to spend some time and come up with the, I'm giving you here acceptance criteria. Okay. And I think first one, I won't worry about it, but the second and third one. Okay. First one, if you want to take a stab at it, but I think I already showed you the first one here. So do this one and this one. And what you can do is just open a notepad, plain notepad, and create this acceptance test for this acceptance criteria. Now here I'm giving you the scenarios, what scenario you need to write the acceptance test for. Okay, so this is the first scenario, this is the second one. And then you have also a lender should be able to approve, but let's do the loan calculator one because that's something I want you guys to do. So let me write down what you guys are doing here, what scenarios. Okay, so this is the first one. Okay, then acceptance criteria. I'm going to give you acceptance criteria. As a dealer user, I shall be able to monthly loan payment based on loan amount using calculation loan amount is equal monthly payment is equal 0.03 loan amount. Okay, so I want you guys to do these two exercise here. Okay, let me get rid of this lines. Oops. Come on. Here, okay. 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 Now here you should have multiple scenario here. Okay, scenario 1, whatever it is. In the file, you should have another scenario. You could have third scenario as well. Okay. Any question on this one? Can you guys do it? Do you guys have any question on this exercise here?
So for the loan calculator, so we have to add 3 scenarios.
Whatever
any
scenario you think, whatever scenario you can come up with. Okay. Think about what you did in the test scenarios tree, right? You could have multiple scenarios, same way. You still have to do that work. That's your core here. You still have to break down this requirement into multiple scenarios. And if you try to use the specific example, because you have test data, right? In your test cases, generally, so start using those specific example in your given when then steps. What if you supply this? What needs to happen? Those type of things. Put an effort. Okay, give it a shot. See what happens, and we will review that. In let me get you maybe 20 minutes, 10 minutes for each. You can write down on just a notepad, just like this, and I'll ask you to share it. Whoever is ready at that point.
Can you send the sample that you already did in the class?
Yeah, so this one, I think you should be there in your print as well, but I can paste it in the chat window if you want. Is it what you're referring to, or you are referring to this one?
Either one is fine. Either one is fine.
Okay, let me just send you this one, right? But your steps will be different. I mean, you can have similar steps, but doesn't have to be same. I'm gonna put it in the chat window here. Okay, so it's there with you guys. Okay, so let's regroup at 10:40. Okay, and we'll review that and we'll correct. But as I said, it's a plain English. There is no hard and fast rule about how you can write it. Somebody will have 3 steps, somebody might have 5 steps, which is okay. But as I said, focus from the business standpoint. Don't focus on the clicking on this one and that one, because that's not that is not how the way you write it. Okay, so think about how the user will test it. Okay, we'll regroup at 10:40. Yes, Gipti.
Can you please share the screen of acceptance criteria which you just typed in?
Yep,
Thank
that's
you.
correct. Okay, I'm gonna leave that on. Okay, and 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hmm. Harshil, are you there?
How is everybody doing? Any question or anything?
Harshil, I have a question about the dealer search thing.
Okay.
So as you mentioned, so there should be only one feature one, yeah, one
Yes.
feature.
Mhm.
So in this we have like one is search the dealer and then modify. So there are two actions here.
No, see, the goal here is a search, not the modify dealer. The
Okay.
modify dealer is outcome, right? So that
Yes.
they will go. So you shouldn't be including that in your scenario modification part.
Okay.
What is action they are trying to do, right?
Action
Action
is
is they
means
should
when.
be able to search dealer by dealer name so that I can do certain outcome. So that's the outcome of that.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. You need to focus on what action they are doing. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Hi.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, I can. Go ahead and explain what you have for the scenarios.
Scenario of the positive. I have written two scenarios.
Okay.
I'm logged in as a dealer user.
Okay.
So I access when I access calculator page
Okay.
and enter 1,000, then I got 30 as result.
Okay. So
Then
that's a positive scenario. Okay.
yeah. For the negative, I am logged in as a dealer user. I access calculator page and
Okay.
enter 1,000. I got 20 as result. So it's
I see.
or error. I don't know. Is it
Okay. I'm just looking at here. The negative scenario, I mean, I'm not sure that would work for that. But positive scenario, I mean, it looks fine to me. Okay. The way you have written is a positive one. Given I am logged in as a dealer user, when I access calculator, now instead of page, you can put a function, calculator function, because you don't know whether user will not understand what the page is and so forth. So calculator function and enter 1,000 as a loan amount, right? Just to make it clear for the user.
Enter 1,000 as a loan amount.
As a loan amount. Then I shall get 30 as a monthly loan payment because you are testing that functionality. So you should get back monthly loan payment instead of the result.
Okay. Okay.
Right? Because because you are trying to communicate with the user to see if they are okay with this task, and it will meet their need.
Okay.
Loan payment, monthly loan payment.
Loan payment. Okay.
Monthly loan payment, right? That's what you should expect to get back.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. So that makes it clear, and I think it's a perfectly valid scenario you have. Does anybody else has anything different? Now your negative scenario is I don't think it's correct because let's yeah, because the functionality you want to make sure it's working, right? So that's covered in the first scenario.
Okay.
But the negative scenario should say something different, like what other type of values you are entering and so forth.
That means what type of values?
Yeah.
Oh, so enter the alphabets or
Yep,
something.
yep, that is correct. That is correct. And what is the expected outcome that you user wants to see, or you are able to see it in that
Or
scenario?
is it an error message?
Yeah,
or-
that's correct. Yep, that is correct. So you need to correct that.
So enter alpha
Yeah, you can say
alphabets,
ABCD or something,
okay,
whatever.
okay.
ABC. Yeah,
ABC. Okay.
yeah, as a loan amount, right? You want to make sure it's clear.
Okay.
Harshal, in this case, negative test, because we don't know about the system, how it's going to build. So,
Right.
so there are two cases. One is the like where we are entering the negative value, any alphabets. So
Yeah,
maybe
negative value as well. You can say
Yes.
minus 20.
Yes.
You should get see in the acceptance criteria, right? They will say so if I enter basically in the acceptance criteria here what it is, let me see.
So my question is that if I
Yep.
write when I access a negative value, or when I enter ABC as a loan amount, so the outcome, can I write the outcome like it doesn't allow me to write it doesn't allow me to enter the alphabets in the system. Is that correct?
Yeah, so but it should
Because
get
we
you
don't
some
know.
response, right? The system should tell you why it's not right or what is wrong with it, right? Generally
System-
that
Yeah, system will give me a error. One error message is when we click on the calculator button, and
Okay.
then it will display a message, enter a positive value. Other is when we enter the ABC into the field. So it will on the same time it will give you a message, oh, enter a valid value, like that. So
yeah, so you don't know what point you will get an error, right? So
Yes,
you will
yes.
just say when I enter ABC, then I should expect error message or I should see something error message or something.
Okay.
Now what you are saying is it shouldn't let you enter. That's what you are saying, right?
Yes.
So you can write it down. I'm basically then I'm not sure how would you write it, but it's like a then I schedule. When I try to enter ABC, then I shall not be able to enter, I guess, the same value.
Okay.
Right? That's what you are saying?
Yes.
Right? Yeah, you can just write it that way. Again, see, the goal here is you want to review that with the developers, right? Everybody in the whole team.
Mhm.
So if the developer thinks that's they probably it is not a standard practice, they will tell you, hey, I think it's better to display error message. So you will
Okay.
have to write your test case that way. That it will show the error message at that point.
Okay.
Because sometime sometime I mean, yeah, they will restrict the keystrokes so that you can't even enter ABC in there. So again, it's a
Okay.
discussion point and see which your outcome whole team agrees on, and that's what you're gonna have in the test case, and that's what you will ultimately get approval from the business.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else has anything different on this thing? I think everybody should have something similar to what we have on the screen here. Okay, so I think yeah, you can stop sharing, and let's see anybody wants to have a different test case here, acceptance test. So there is a second one, right? See anybody who else wants to go for that.
Can I show?
Yes, go ahead, share that.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I think we can see it. Go ahead, Dimple, explain it.
Okay,
what you
so feature is able to search dealer to modify dealer information.
Okay.
Or we can remove modified because this is the outcome.
Yeah, that's the outcome, right? So that's not the goal. So
Yes.
ability to search dealer, that's the
Yes.
functionality. Yep.
Yes. So first scenario is exact match.
Okay.
So given is I access Arfloan and I am logged into as a super user.
Okay.
And dealer account information is available into the system.
Dealer account. Okay. Yep.
And when I search dealer with the exact name,
Okay.
then I can see same dealer information and I can update dealer information.
Okay. So the and the keyword, right? I can see same dealer info. I can see dealer information or system displays dealer information, whatever, right? And has to be capital, okay? Because
Okay.
that's a keyword. So if you have lowercase n, it will throw you an error during the
Okay.
Cucumber. So if you are trying to use, make sure it's a capitalized N, A, not ND. Yep. So that's where system it can interpret your Cucumber test and then start automating that at the later stage.
Okay.
So now why would you put the semicolons right after when and then? Because that's not the
Okay.
part of the keyword. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So the tool will not be able to interpret. Now only scenario and feature has it, but not the steps, not given when then. Okay. So that's a syntax error type of thing.
Okay.
Now, here in the scenario, right, it says exact match. So are you expecting to search for specific dealer? Then
Yes.
you can always add that in the step as well. So in the when condition, when I search for a German Toyota, you
Okay.
can say it that way.
So we have to mention German Toyota into given as well.
You can say that, yeah, German Toyota information, German Toyota dealer exists in the system. You can say that.
Okay, if I have to show German Toyota as an example, then how can
Yeah.
I write that?
So that's what I'm saying. When I search German Toyota, then I shall see German Toyota's information, and I can update German Toyota information.
Okay.
Because here it's exact match, and you are giving a specific example. So this is more like a scenario by example as well.
Okay.
And you are expecting to see one German Toyota being written because it's exact match over there.
Okay.
Okay. Is everybody clear? Anybody has any question on that? Not sure if anybody has anything different.
Herschel, I have given example, but I just want to ask that here Dimple has written and dealer account, dealer account information is available in the system.
Yeah.
Do we have to specify that?
Again, preconditions are precondition. You don't have to specify that information here, but she has it and there is nothing wrong with it. But if you don't specify, it will work fine as well.
Okay.
Yep. Because it's a test data, right? I mean, whatever you are searching, if you don't put it here, again, I'll show you the next step, what really happens when you automate this thing. Okay. It really doesn't matter what you have in the plain English. My whole point is it's mainly for communicating with the team and users to make sure they understand what we are building is correctly. Okay. Same thing, the second example here, right? Dimple, you can be specific with German. If you search for just German in the partial name,
Okay.
then you should see all the German, all the dealers matching with dealer name as German. That would make it more clear to me what how the functionality is supposed to work.
Okay.
In the system. Yep. That's a specification again by example. Same way.
Okay. So in the text, in the plain English text, so does it matter if there is any grammatical mistake for the Cucumber text?
It does not. As long as it's given, when, then, those are properly capitalized, and is capitalized and so forth. That's all it matters.
Okay.
Yep.
Asha, I have a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
In the
go
first
ahead.
scenario, she has written when I search dealer with the exact name,
Uh-huh.
don't we need to give the specific name?
Yes, I think that's what I mentioned. So she will probably correct it, right? When I search dealer German Toyota,
Okay.
then I shall see German Toyota dealer information. Now she has additional and I can update the information. You don't need to have it because that's not the goal there. but she has it in the step here.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
As I said, I mean, you guys will, everybody will write it differently. So don't worry about the actual wording has to be same. But if you give the example, I think that's better in this type of scenarios.
Herschel, if we don't give the example, that's also good, right?
I mean, it will still work, but
Okay.
the reason you want to give the example, so it's then you can talk to the user. If I give German here, then I should see all the German matching with that name. So it makes it more clear
Okay.
instead of putting just in a word.
Yeah.
Right.
But this is also right? I mean, this can work.
Yeah, it will work. As I said, I mean, I'll show you the next thing, what happens once you write this test. And you will see that it really doesn't matter what you write here. So it's mainly for communication with the business users. Okay, so Dimple, you can stop sharing. Hopefully everybody got the idea, right? Let me come back. And let me see what really happens next. Okay. So if you want to write additional one, I give you guys additional, and plus you can write in any requirement that you have in the Arfloan. You can write it similar way. That you think of it as an acceptance criteria, those requirements that you are given, and you can, for every requirement, you can break it down and write it Gherkin if you like, whatever the homework requirements that to be given. Okay, but as a more practice, that's all. Okay, so let me explain you how the Cucumber works. So you are writing that in the feature file, right? Now that's the kind of like a plain language text file with the feature keyword, scenario keyword, given, when, then, and then multiple scenarios. You can have it as well. But after that, what Cucumber does, it starts interpreting those files, and every scenario it will try to execute and automate it. Now, what it will do is, so now the Ruby programming knowledge comes in the picture. So whatever you wrote is a plain English, right? There is no programming other than certain syntax that you have to write. But after that, it's all about Ruby programming. And there are certain things that it needs to happen in the backend. I'm just going to give you a quick overview, what really are the different components, and then I'll show you some working tests to see how you can actually automate. So along with the feature, you can give Cucumber a set of step definition. So that is the next step that happens in the test automation part. And then it will start executing the test. So this flow here, right? Cucumber workflow. So you have features, scenarios, and steps. That's what you are writing in the feature file. And then all the technology facing, that is all the Ruby programming part of thing. So step definition, the Cucumber will have a step definition. There is some programs, supporting codes, automation libraries, and so forth. So those are all Ruby programming. Okay. But the only thing you can write, if you don't know Ruby programming, then you cannot build this portion, but you can at least write the Cucumber side of things, and later on you can automate that part. This is a little bit more technical in nature, but for what happens when the Cucumber executes your test, right? Acceptance test. For every step that you have, every given, when, then, it will have a matching step definition in the Ruby program. Okay. So this is, think of it as a program Ruby file or Java file or whatever programming language you are using. So it will find a matching step definition and then execute the logic for in the code. And then, so ultimately, whatever you did in the UFT, right? You have something in the backend that something interacts with the browser where the data gets inputted, and some buttons are clicked, right? So that's what the code you can build here in the Ruby step definition and the Ruby code, and work with that. If you don't understand that part, that's perfectly fine, because all you can do right now is build a feature file, Cucumber file, and work through that. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm not gonna go dive into the coding part here, but you can take a look at it from your standpoint. As I said, step and step definition, which is a Cucumber Ruby code, it gets executed. And this is what it looks like, okay? The step definition looks like something like this. So given I'm logged in Arfloan, right? Let's say that's your step is. So matching step definition will include something like this. Given I'm logged in as admin or super user or whatever, and then it will implementation of the Ruby code goes in here, and it gets executed. As I said, I mean, Ruby is a programming language, right? So it has its own syntax, it's object-oriented programming, and so forth. And but the Ruby, why the Ruby and Cucumber, right? Now the way, I mean, you're gonna see Java Cucumber as well, Watir Selenium, or Ruby Cucumber Watir Selenium, or Python Cucumber Watir Selenium, or C# also works with the Cucumber and Selenium as well. But the Ruby is kind of like one of the programming language which is more syntax friendly. It's more like a plain English type of language. You do need to learn the programming logic and project programming syntax, but it does not have complicated syntax like Java or Python or C# and so forth. I guess that's the reason most companies use Ruby Cucumber framework instead of Java Cucumber or anything else. Okay, that's the whole reason it's so very popular, Ruby and Cucumber programming language. Okay, now the last part. Now, where does the Watir and Selenium or Selenium comes in the picture, right? Now, Ruby itself does not interact with the web browser. Okay, so in order to interact with the web browser to actually input the data, do the button clicks and so forth, you need to use certain third-party framework or use the Selenium or Watir. They both, you can use them, either of them, which are nothing but the web driver, and they can interact with the actual browser to perform the actions that you are trying to build in the automation task. Okay. Again, these are a little bit technical details. I'm probably going to skip it, and let me go and let me show you one thing here. Hopefully you guys can recognize it, those parts. But again, this thing, right? Some button, some ID, and we are trying to set the value, or you have a button, you are trying to click the value. So those are the set and click methods still available. Just like UFT, you had the set and click. Here, you can perform those same actions on this on the forms or the controls on the HTML using the Watir or Selenium web drivers. That's the only point I want to highlight here. Okay. Any question on this thing? Let me show you the quick demo. Demo probably won't take much time. It probably will take 5 minutes. So I need to switch it to the different computer here. So I'm going to stop sharing. And let me go ahead and share that here. Okay, give me a minute. Let me see what the actual test will look like. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see the screen now. So now I'm talking about a tool here. So this tool is called RubyMine. Okay, it's a RubyMine tool. And it is from JetBrains. So JetBrains, and this is a development IDE. So now I'm not using a plain text notepad, but I'm using the RubyMine tool where I'm writing my Cucumber file or creating the Cucumber project and working through that. But again, as you see here, I have a one feature in the loan calculator.feature file. I have a feature here and I can easily name it as a loan calculator. Okay. And this one, scenario wise, is a positive loan calculation, right? Positive scenario. And then I have 1, 2, 3, and 4 steps. First one is a precondition given I am a loan calculator page. When I enter 1,000 as a loan amount and I calculate, then I shall see 30 as my monthly payment. That's all I have in this my feature file. Now, as I mentioned, I can have a second scenario as well in the same feature file. And if I supply 2,000, then I should see 60 as a monthly loan payment. I could have a negative scenario as you guys wrote it, right? And I'm expecting to something different, then I would be able to see that here. When I enter ABC as a loan payment, then I see error message, right? Something like that. So I can have all these scenarios and so forth, and it will get executed. But let me show you what are the different components we talked about and go from there. Okay. So I have this file now, second piece. So now everything else is Ruby code, okay, in my project here. So the step definition, which looks like something like this for my loan calculator, okay. Again, I am not expecting you guys to understand what this part is because it's a Ruby program. So unless you know the Ruby programming, you won't be able to understand. But what it is, so it matches, you have every step that you have in the feature file. Given I'm loan calculator, when I enter something, I have 4 matching steps here, given step in the step definition file, okay? 4 matching steps. Given I'm calculator page, then I have a bunch of Ruby code that gets executed. Same thing, when I enter some loan amount, then I'm executing some other Ruby code. When I calculate, I'm executing some Ruby code, and then monthly payment and execute some Ruby code at this point, okay? And then I have other files, which are actually the class files that actually does the interaction with the the controls on the page. Now these are the IDs of the controls. Remember, hopefully you guys remember these IDs of the control. So what these are is, if I go to the Arfloan, not this one. Okay, let me see if the site is coming up okay here. Yep. And if I go here, all right, let's come back here. So I'm looking about the loan amount, right? That's the page, that's the part. So I'm gonna go to the dealer calculator, and then this is the control I'm interacting with. So this control has this ID, right? ID. So this is the ID that's matching. So those are the IDs being referred in the programming code here. Okay. So I'm not expecting you to understand all those parts, but how do I execute? So once I have this everything set up in the automation, so how do I execute, right? So that's where what I'm going to do is I'm just simply right click on it and I'll say run loan calculator.feature, and it will start executing my automation test. And you will see some browser windows being open and closed and so forth. Okay. And this is where it's going to execute, put them out and run it. And finally, it tells me the test passed. Again, this tool, everything you have to write it. In the UFT, you do the record and play and so forth. But Ruby Cucumber, you have to create the automation tests, everything from scratch yourself. There is no such things that you can record and then play back. Okay, so that's the main difference. Any question on this? This is the demo part. Okay, so I wanted to just show you guys quickly so that you understand what is involved in the automation. Okay, so as I said, in the demo part, basically you have a feature file, and then you have a bunch of Ruby programming code. Okay, so that's the component. Let me stop sharing and come back to my main screen here. Okay. Any question on this automation test for the Ruby Cucumber? Now, the only thing right now you can do is write a Cucumber test and then work through the automation later on. Now, a lot of companies, they only stop at Cucumber test because they don't have skilled resources in-house to actually build the end-to-end automation. So what they do is like companies like BMW and so forth, they have the automation tests, at least Cucumber files created, and then basically whenever they have developers, they will basically or the QA with the automation skills, they will start automating some of the tests at that point. Okay. Any question on anything that we talked here? If not, I'm going to stop on this topic here. Okay. If you guys, looks like you guys don't have any question here. So we can move on to the part 2 of the session here. I'm just thinking here, see if we are able to work through that part.
Harshal, for Ruby automation, how can we learn that? Like, do we just see the programming language and try?
Yeah, so there are few things you need to pick up, right? So Cucumber, you guys learn it here, right? Yeah, Cucumber is there. Now the Ruby programming, it takes some time to learn the programming. Basically, if you want to learn on your own, then go to find the Ruby sites. I think there are plenty of good sites as well, which you can go to. Let me see. I think there are plenty of free tutorials you can follow through on the YouTube as well for the Ruby programming and start picking up that Ruby. And that's the fundamental. Now, as I said, I mean, Ruby, you can learn either Ruby or Java or Python or whichever programming language you know. It works with the Cucumber. So you are not restricted to only learning Ruby only.
Okay, that's good.
And the framework will work with any of these programming languages. But the way you write the test, that doesn't change. Cucumber part doesn't change.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Yeah, go ahead. What was
So for any other programming language, we have to use a different tool, right?
Yes, so RubyMine is for Ruby automation, but for IntelliJ is another tool that is for Java. automation. If you want to write the automation test in Java,
Okay.
Visual Studio obviously is from Microsoft, and that one is for C#.
Yeah.
And for Python, you will have a notebook. For Python, or PyCharm is another tool. So if you go to the JetBrains site, they have different tools for different programming languages. So
Okay.
PyCharm is from JetBrains. RubyMine is from JetBrains. IntelliJ is from JetBrains as well. Visual Studio is from Microsoft.
Okay.
But you pick one programming language, and and the reason we recommend Ruby is because it's a little bit easier to learn syntax wise. Java, C# has a little bit complicated syntax. That's the only thing.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Any other question?
Yeah, so Harshal, like as you mentioned, we can learn any of the languages, either
Yep.
C# or Java. So like from the perspective of the job opening, so what is the expectation? Like Cucumber, this is the main thing. Along with that, do they expect some particular language, or they only want you, if you know Cucumber, that is fine. Like Cucumber with any language is fine.
Yeah, for the testing standpoint, I mean, as a manual tester, because you can pick up either Ruby or Java. Okay, both have good demand. Ruby is the most popular here in the Columbus area. Obviously, because it's I think a lot of companies have implemented Ruby, but Java is also used in some companies like JP Morgan is pretty much heavy on Java side. They expect you to know Java, Cucumber framework, and Selenium. Now Nationwide was a Ruby, is Ruby, Cucumber, and Water, kind of like that. Or Water and Selenium, they both are web drivers. You can use either of them as well. Now Water is specifically for Ruby programming. Okay, it's not available in Java programming. Java, you have to use it with Selenium and so forth. But again, both are popular. Obviously, if you know Java, I mean, then you will. It's a little bit. You can pick up other things as well, because Java is a very popular software programming language as well.
Okay.
Ruby is specifically used for the automation, not building the software.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Now we do offer the Ruby Cucumber advanced level camp, but again, I think that's sometime next year we'll have in a March timeframe that particular camp, which is specifically building the automation test using that. But if you want to pick up before that, I mean, certainly, I mean, you can, as I said, I mean, plenty of free material as well available on the Ruby on the internet as well, YouTube and so forth. Plenty of. If you go to the Intellix channel as well, we have published certain past sessions as well. If you just want to get started on that basically Ruby, Cucumber, Water, Selenium type of thing, you can play it. There are free tutorials. We have a lot of tutorials on our channel for the Intellix. Yep. Just follow that, and session 1, session 2 type of thing, and you should be okay as well. That will help you get started. Okay. Any other question? Okay, but make sure you practice Cucumber, because that's something definitely you can put it on the resume as well. And there is a lot of demand for the Cucumber way of writing the test, because people are moving towards Agile and ATDD processes, and they expect you to know the Cucumber along with writing your test cases and test scenarios and other things. Okay, so that will definitely help you, Cucumber portion.
So is Cucumber is also available on W3 schools?
Cucumber, I mean, this is what the Cucumber is about. It's a Gherkin. Gherkin is a syntax. Okay, that's what you want to mention in the resume. Gherkin and Cucumber. Again, Cucumber is open source tool. I mean, it's a free tool, but again, there is nothing else other than what we said. Now, if you want to go to learn the Cucumber, here is what I would recommend. Okay, hopefully you guys are seeing here. But what I want you guys to do is go to the session number 1. So go to our channel And we have a full session on the Cucumber. You want to pick up, if you want to pick up variations and so forth, we publish the past session. So you go to the playlist, okay, and advanced automation test Ruby Cucumber. So you click on that, and there are plenty of basically we publish certain sessions over there. Again, these are like a 2-year-old sessions, but I think they are still valid. We revise that, but I think it will help you. So you go to the Bing search capture group. Let me see which one you can do. So we have programming concepts and so forth. I'm just trying to find out. Page objects framework, OP concepts. I think there is a session 1 somewhere here. I think one of this is, so I'll send you guys that session, okay? But it's a 4-hour session. Typically we have it on the Cucumber side, which you can just watch that and get the mastery on the Cucumber as well. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, anything else? If not, let's take a quick 5 minutes break. And what we can do is, I think we can go till come back at 11:30, and I'll get you started on the SQL side. Okay, so we can go till 12:30, and then we can have a wrap up right after that. All right, so let's regroup. 11:30. We're gonna start sharp at 11:30. And Shruti, I know you don't have that portion installed, so let's work through that right now in the break time while everybody's on the break, and so that I can you can be ready. I'm assuming
Sure.
everybody has a SQL database installed, right? So that's the important part.
Yes.
Okay, great. Shruti, go ahead and share your screen.
Sure.
And hopefully you downloaded that file as well, right?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
I'm sharing.
Okay. And do you know where you stored that file?
Yeah, it's C drive.
Okay, in the C drive. Okay, that's good.
I followed the steps you told me to.
Okay.
I have just
Sure.
put it in the. I've created a document too.
Okay. So do you have the SQL tools installed, right? Both items, SQL Server and SQL Server Management Studio, I'm assuming.
I think so. I have downloaded, but like I don't know if I've done it right though.
Can you just search for SQL? Just search SQL, type in SQL.
Yeah.
Yep, Management Studio, you have it. Okay, that's good. So you should have it. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, let's open that. And can you find that file where you stored it, which particular folder?
I've saved here, Arfloan.
Okay, can you double click that? Yep. Okay, Arfloan.b. Okay, gotcha. Okay, that sounds good. So let's go and connect to your database in the tool. So go to the connect. You can
Where?
minimize this window. You can minimize this window. Yeah, you don't need it. Okay, here, connect. Yep.
Okay.
All right. And now go click on the database on the left side. Right click. Yep. Right click.
Right click. Okay.
Yeah. And say restore database. Yep. And now here, click on device on this window. And you will see 3 dots. Click on that on the same line. Yep. Okay, we're gonna browse to that file. So here, click on add.
Add.
And let's go to the scroll up here on the left side. Okay,
This
and
one,
you said
Arfloan.
Arfloan, right? So yep, click there.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go, and select the file. And click OK. Now we just click OK. Click OK. Yep. All right, you're good. You are set up now.
Okay.
Now you can click OK and cancel out. Yep, should be okay. And stop
Thank you.
setting, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll regroup 5 minutes. Okay, so 11:30
Okay.
we'll start back.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so let's get started. So what we're gonna do is everybody has a tool installed, so let's fire up the tool first. And you can do that by using the SQL, right? Typing in the SQL command and then opening up this management studio. Okay. So you guys know how to fire up, right? SQL. And then click on the SQL Server Management Studio, and it will open up this particular dialog box here. Okay. So here, there are a few things, right? First of all, by default, I think you guys will have something in here. If you don't, then type in whatever I have, because I think everybody installed the same thing. So that way, and then leave the Windows authentication on. So what it is, it's since you installed it on your machine, you are technically the administrator for that. And so you need to be admin in order for you to utilize this thing. But again, once you have that properly laid down, then click on connect simply, and hopefully you will end up on the screen that I have, something similar to this. Okay. All right. So when, yeah.
Mine is not connecting.
Yours is not connecting. What's the error it shows?
Where we have the server name, nothing shows up over there.
Yeah. So what I would suggest is you type in this one. Okay, I'm gonna paste it in the chat window.
Okay.
So you copy and paste that over there. Okay, so this one goes in the server name, and then click connect.
Did you pay something?
Oh, sorry, I pasted to Dilip, I guess, not to everyone. Yep.
Okay.
I'm assuming everybody else is connected, and they have the SQL Management Studio open. Let me know if it works or not. Gipti.
Okay. Okay. I clicked on connect, so it's
Okay.
It's opening up something.
Okay. So as long as you see this on the left side, you are connected.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. Great. Okay. So everybody's there. So what it is, it's right. So we restored the Arfloan database. So now we all have the database and tables. So let me just show you a couple of things, and you can follow through while I'm talking as well with the same. So important part for you guys when you are writing the queries, right? So important part is the tables. So you can expand the tables. So again, you can do expand collapse, right? That's how this thing works, expand and collapse. So you can expand all the tables. And then if you recall, the tables that the important tables that we have is the dealers table, lenders, users, where we are storing the user information, dealers table, where we are storing all the dealer companies or dealership locations and so forth. Lenders will have lender, all the lender companies and so forth. Users are users of the system, whether it's a system admin or super admin or lender user or dealer user and all those things. And then finally, we have a credit application table where we are storing all the credit application related information. Okay. So general scenario wise, right? If something is created, let's say you are trying to create a dealer. So the information will end up in the dealers table here for us. If you are trying to create a brand new lender, the information will end up in the lenders table. If you are creating any user, any type of user, dealer user, lender user, so forth, it will be in the users table. And finally, if you are creating a brand new credit application, it will be stored in the credit applications table. So most common scenario for you is to verify the information created is recorded successfully or not, and so forth. So you need to learn some basic query syntax. And let me show you what we can do with those. Okay, so I'm gonna go to here and type in w3schools.com. And I'll go to the tutorials and SQL, find learn SQL. Okay, that's where I am. And I'm going to show you some basic commands that will be helpful for you. And that's something you can practice going forward. So the most basic command is a select command. Okay, so this is for reading the information. When you are writing the queries, you can write this command and so forth. Let me come back here and do one more thing. Okay. Okay, so we talked about the commands here, right? So I think I explained you guys earlier. There are a few things. So we have the database. Okay. If you are reading some information from the database, you are writing select command. Okay. If you are creating new records, you are using the insert command. If you are modifying information, this is create. This is modify. You have update command. And then if you are remove some records, you have a delete command. Okay, these are the 4 basic commands that you have to learn. And out of these 4 basic commands, this is where you will spend most of your time. Select. Now you might have to create some test data. That's where you will have to use insert command. And once you are done with your tests, executing tests, you might have to remove some information. That's where you have to use delete command. Okay, so select, insert, and delete are the important ones. This is where you will spend about 95% of the time on the select, 5% on the insert, and maybe about 1% or something like that on the delete command. Okay, generally you won't even get access to delete anything. You might have access only to select and create some records. So I'll show you the select commands and insert command and the delete command today as a basic syntax wise. Okay, so this is the most common syntax. If you want to pick out, write a simple query, you have to use select from and the table. So here, if I copy this command, right? And let's come back to our query. So first of all, where do I write the queries? Okay, so that's where you're gonna see this new query window. That is where you will be writing your queries. So I'm going to click on that. Okay, it will open up a new window where you can write your basic queries. And now I'm just pasting that that command here for syntax wise. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to select certain columns from dealers table, maybe shop name, franchise number. Those are the two things I want to select. So what I can do is instead of this thing, I can say here, select shop name. Then I can say franchise number. And what table. So select what columns in what table. So here I can say dealers is my table. Okay, so that's my basic syntax here. So if I want to execute this command, I'm selecting that and then I'm clicking on execute this button here. There is execute button. So it will return me all the records from this table here. Okay. Is everybody following me? Okay. I just want to make sure you guys have that. Now, if I want to select all the columns, okay, if let's say I want to pick out all the columns in the result, what I can do is I can keep on typing visited flag, engine, all those ... but that's not very efficient, right? So what I can do is I can simply say select star means all, and from dealers. Okay, so it will return all the columns for all the records so that I can see the complete table information here. Okay, so select star from dealers. So that's the syntax. So select star and from dealers. Okay, so that's a very basic syntax select statement. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here. Okay, so say select syntax. If you want to pick out the columns, you can specify specific columns. If you want to return all the columns, do select star from table. Okay, and I think we all saw this example as well, other one. So let's come back to the where clause. So now select statement, we can add a where clause here to filter out certain records or find some or restrict the records. So right now is returning us pretty much all the records available in the table. But what if I'm looking for specific records? Maybe I'm looking for all the dealers in the Cleveland area or Columbus area, right? So how do I go about it? So that's where you have where clause comes in the picture. So what the where clause does is it filters out whatever condition you specify here in the where clause. It will find the matching records on that particular column values and return you the result. So let's see here how we can find all dealers in the Columbus city, right? So here what I can say is where city is equal Columbus. Okay, so what it should return, this particular dealer, German Toyota, then this guy is also Columbus, so it will return me T, and then it will return me area regional test. So those three dealer information, it will return. Everybody else will not be written in the result, query result.
Actually, is this case sensitive?
It is not case sensitive. So if you do Columbus like this, it will also return me the same result. It will match it on the word without any case sensitivity.
So it's applicable for all the table or some column, like if in the dealer from dealers, can I write
Yeah.
small d?
Yeah, you can write small d, but it's a good practice to write it uppercase, lowercase, like a camel case type of thing, right?
Okay.
That's the reason I'm just writing it. I'm used to it, but you can write CT equals like that, and it will just work fine. Or you can write W lowercase. It works fine as well. There is no catch sensitivity anywhere, but it's for the readability purpose. Okay, that's generally the keywords, because these are keywords. Select from where are keywords. They needs to be in the capitalized, so that you can clearly distinct. Plus they are in the blue, right? All blue are the keywords. That means they are built-in functionality within the query, or those are keywords basically. Okay. So let's say I want to get it from the Cleveland. Okay, so I can write a CT equals Cleveland, and it will return me 3 records. Okay, so you can apply the filter condition on any column. It doesn't have to be CT only, but here I can say shop name is equal Germain Toyota. So what it will do is it will look for shop name equals Germain Toyota. Okay, so if I go here, let's run these first 2 lines. By the way, you can select those lines, and those are the only lines it will get executed. Okay, so that's a very handy thing. So let me just run first 2 lines. So here, if I now it will return me everything, but if I want to filter out on the shop name where German Toyota is there, then I can just simply say where shop name is equal German Toyota, and it will include it. It will return me only that record. So that's the exact match, right? So now you see it how the exact match works. Okay, this is how what gets executed in the backend in the SQL Server, the exact match scenario here. Okay. All right. So that's for the where clause. So again, syntax wise, you have select columns from whatever table and where is a condition, right? So this is the condition. It returns true or false. Shop name equals German. If it's true, then return the result in the query result. Okay, so that's why you are seeing the German here. Okay. So in this example, they have given where country equals Mexico and so forth. Now again, doesn't have to be only text only fields. You can apply on this numeric fields as well. Same thing, so where condition. So let's come back here. And if I want to get filter on the shop ID, or let's say zip code, right? 43240. So what I can do is I can say zip, whatever the field name is, right? Field name is zip, and I will apply the filter condition where zip is equal 43240. Okay, so it will return me all 4 matching records. So these are very basic handy commands that you can learn for the SQL. Okay. Now where clause, whatever we are doing here, right? Specifying equal. So these are things called operator. Okay. So here, instead of greater than equal, I can say greater than 43240. So what it should return me? If I do greater than 43240, do I have anybody greater than? So I have this guy. Somehow it's a bad zip code, but somebody has entered which is greater than 43240. So if I run this query like this, it should return me this record only 1111. So you can apply, these are operators, so you can use any combination here, greater than or equal to 43240. But let's try the greater than first. It will return me, it will apply the filter, this particular condition on the zip code field, scan all the records, and then return me the records according to the condition I specified. what it will return if I change the condition to like this, greater than or equal to 0, 43240. How many records I should get back? Any idea? Any thoughts?
5.
You should have 5 records, right? Because it's a greater than or equal to 43240. So you should get four of these plus 1. Okay. So it's just kind of like a logical things. The condition, whatever condition you apply, it will return the records based on that, right? So it's a 5 return. Now, if I want to get less than, then I can say simply less than, and it will return me all the zip codes less than 43240. Okay. So those are some of the basic things you can pick up. Again, there are other things here as well. Let me talk about this one, okay, specifically. So like you can use, it is for search pattern, okay? So let's see what it is. So I'm going to again run first 2. So what if I want to find out any in this? I want to add a filter, but I want to find out any dealer whose name contains shop, or name is includes shop in the name, I guess, in the shop name. So now we are talking about some pattern matching, because you need to write a SQL such a way it will look for shop in the names, all the records, and find the matching, or whoever has a shop in the name, it should return. So that's where it's a pattern matching. You have to do it a little bit. So where the way you can write it is where shop name like, and then you can say shop, right? Something like this. But when you talk about pattern matching, SQL does not understand. So there are certain keywords you have to utilize when you are doing the like statement. So there is a common pattern matching keyword is a percentage. So what it says here, if I do like this, ignore all the previous words and return me where the name has a shop at the end. Okay, any of this record has a shop at the end in the name, then return me all the records. So if I look at it, auto body shop, it is last 4 as a shop. This guy, Germain shop, again this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. So anybody who has a shop at in the end of the name, then it should be included in the result. Okay, so if I go and execute it, all of these guys who has a shop in the name gets executed. Okay, so the percentage, what it says is ignore all the previous words, focus on last 4 shop, basically. So that's how it's a pattern is matching in the names. Okay, now what if I do something like this? Do you think it will work? So when you do equal, right, it finds the exact thing. Equal is exact. Okay, it's no longer a pattern matching. When you are writing equal sign, it's no longer a pattern matching. If you are doing the pattern matching, you have to use like. But when you do this, it will try to find percentage shop in the name, and it's exact. So anybody who has a name as a % shop, it will find it. Obviously, we don't have anybody with that name, so it will not return me anything. Okay, so I think that's the most common things you're gonna run into. Pattern versus equal. So that's a common thing, common issues you're gonna run into. Okay, so like is for pattern matching, equal is for exact word. So anything that you specify in the string, this string literal, right? These are like a single quote. It will try to find the same thing in the name and return you. Okay, so that's the most common thing, like is used for pattern matching. Okay, now let me run this one again, all the records. And let's say what this one should return. I'm just doing M, and I have 2%, one in the front and one in the back. Okay. So what this one tells me, ignore anything before M, ignore anything after M, and find all the shop names, find the records where the shop name contains M. So anywhere in the name, if you have a M, then return me the results. So Germain will come. You have GM, you have Jimmy, you have phone number, has M in it. Let's see who else is. Yep. So you should have see those 4 records coming up. Okay. Anywhere in the name you have M, so you can represent something like this: M%, M%. Okay. So anywhere in the name. Now, if I do M%, so what it will do? It says anybody whose shop name starts with M, return me in the results. Ignore anything after M. That's what this query is doing. So if I run this, most likely I'm not going to find anybody because there is nothing there that starts with M in my shop name, because I don't have anybody here. Now, if I change it to T, I should expect to see test, 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 and T, these 4 records being written in the query results, or 5, toughest body shop as well. Okay, so these are the ways you can write your structure your queries depending on what you are looking for, and so forth. Okay, so I'm going to go through the most common ones that you're going to be using. There are SQL is a very deep topic, but let me just show you what you need to focus on from the select standpoint. Okay, so let's come back here. I'm going to show you one more thing here. Now, what if I want to find out all the dealers in Columbus and Cleveland, right? 2 different cities. The way I can write it is city is equal Columbus, and city is equal, this is what I'm looking for, Cleveland. Okay, city is equal Columbus and city is equal Cleveland. Now, how do I combine? So if I run this query, it's going to throw me an error. It will tell me there is something wrong with the query. Okay. Now, how do I combine the multiple conditions in my query? Okay. So that's where you have another set of keywords that comes in the picture. These are and, or, and not operators that comes in the picture. So here you can have this same thing, right? But condition, you can join it. You can combine this word for condition 1 and condition 2 and condition 3, or you can use it something like this condition or condition 2 or condition 3. Okay. So what we are saying is I want to find out anybody who is in Columbus or in the Cleveland area. So I simply join these 2 conditions by or. So this one will apply this condition first, get all the Columbus dealers, and then it will apply this condition and get all the dealers. So if I run that, I'm going to find all the dealers in this Columbus and Cleveland area. What if I do this? What would I get back? Do you think I will get back anything? Anybody? Any
Yeah,
thoughts?
same thing.
Same.
You said
Same thing?
Columbus, Cleveland.
Okay.
No, you can't get in.
No. If the dealer is present both in Columbus and Cleveland, if they're present, but that can't happen, right?
That can't happen, right? Because
Okay.
it's only one values it allows. So let's see, you're not gonna get anything back because both conditions cannot be true at the same time. Okay, so the combination here is false. So here, if you have this condition, then only you will have results coming back, because both dealers, you can't be in both cities at the same time. according to the values, it allows only single value. Okay, that's the reason. Those are some of the logical things you have to keep it in mind. But again, those operators are available, and you can always use it. Again, you can apply to any other field as well. It's not doesn't have to be city for both values. But you can also use any combination. City is equal Cleveland, right? Or let's say you are using a different field. State is equal Ohio, something like that. So you can apply multiple combinations in the same thing. Okay, so what is telling me? Pull all the records where city is equal Columbus, or city is equal Cleveland, or state is equal Ohio. So what will happen is it will pretty much return me everything from the system. Okay, because this condition is true, or this condition is true, or this state is Ohio. Here we have everything in Ohio, so it's going to return me all the records. So what it's doing is practically ignoring this condition. Okay, so we have 13 records. If I run it, it's a 13 records because everybody has Ohio. Okay, that's the reason. Now here, one more thing. Let me get rid of this one. Now, if you, let's say you have another city you want to pull, right? Or city is equal Dayton. So now I'm looking for 3 different values and running it. Okay, so it's returning me 9 records. Now, if you have a 4th one, you can return it basically and keep on adding. But instead of that, there is an easier way. So there is another operator called in. And then what you can do is supply the list of values. Instead of writing or, you can just say Cleveland and Dayton. Okay, so you can write it different way, like using the in operator, where city in this, whatever the list of values you supply, it's going to check based on the or condition, and it will return it. So here I have city Columbus, Cleveland. Okay, spelling wrong. Cleveland. Okay. I guess I'm not sure what the spelling is. So what I'm going to do is Cleveland. Okay. So if I run that again, it will return me combination. So anybody who is in through these 3 cities. So same query you can write different ways. Okay. So that's what the thing I wanted to point out over there. Okay. So that's kind of like a conditional operators that you can use and, or, and so forth. And let me come back to one more thing. There is one more clause here, which is a helpful clause. Now here, the one more, just like where clause, right? You have order by keyword. So what it does, you can order the records in a certain way, ascending or descending order, depending on the column. So here in this our query, right? The things are Columbus 1, Dayton, Columbus, Dayton, something like that, right? But what if I want to sort it so such a way so that I have Columbus, then Dayton, and then Cleveland records are kind of like lined up properly so that I can find the information easily. It may not be helpful with the 13 records, but it will be helpful with the millions of records when you are writing the query against. Okay, so this is the order by clause keyword that you can use in your queries. So order by, and let's say I want to sort on city values. So city, and here I can say ascending, okay, ASC, ascending, so A to Z, or descending Z to A. So this would be Z to A. So it will show Dayton first and then Columbus and Cleveland, kind of like that. Okay, so Dayton records will be at the top, Columbus, and then Cleveland. Now, if I do ascending, so it will show Cleveland records at the top because it's A to Z, and then Dayton records will be at the bottom. Okay, so that's very helpful especially when you are writing a query for some values and so forth, you want to find out or sort the results as well. And most of the queries that you execute from the web pages, I mean, they are pretty much sorted like a dealer, right? If you are searching on a dealer name or franchise number, it will be sorted in some order using the order by clause. Okay. All right. Any question on this syntax here? So there are various other syntax as well, but I will not go deep dive in those. But these are the most common ones that you're going to be using. Okay, so that's what I want to focus on as well. Let me see. So that's
Harshal.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. Can you please explain again about and or operators? Because I'm a little bit confused. Like, how come and operator doesn't show it should show the cities together, right?
So what we are talking
I
about,
can't get it.
city is equal Columbus, right? So let's say this is our one condition.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to find out where city, the dealers in both city, where city is in Columbus and Cleveland, then that means you have to supply multiple conditions. Okay. So what we are saying is where city is equal Columbus and city is equal Cleveland. Okay. Or Dayton. Let me put, I can't seem to spell correctly Cleveland. CLEVELAND. Okay. So what we are saying here, I want to find out dealers whose city is in, who are based in Columbus, or they are based in Cleveland. Okay. So, or Dayton area in this case. So it will look for the values here and anywhere whoever is based in Columbus or whoever is based in Dayton area, it should return in your query here. Okay, so that's the first part. Now there is an end condition, right? So if I change it to end, what it's saying is the meaning changes completely differently. Okay, what it's saying is the dealers, their city is in Columbus and their city is in Dayton. Again, we don't store multiple values here. So dealer has a single value. So this value can never be true at the same time. This condition in combination, it will never be true for a single dealer, right?
Okay.
So that way, because we have only one value, so they can't be both in two different cities at the same time. That's the only thing we were saying.
Okay.
Yep. But when you do or, that means, okay, this guy is here or this guy is in this city, that any of them is true, then it will return, it will include in the result.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we talked about select, the specific columns from table, where combination, and there are few other things, but these are some of the common ones. And then the last one is order by. We also talked about the like statement. Okay, that's very important for pattern matching, % sign, and then whatever value you supply, and so forth. So that's important. I think you guys will end up using like a lot in the queries. So make sure you get familiar with that command as well. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to the insert statement. Okay. Because this is something that you need to do when you are writing the as 5% of the time. Okay. That's, I don't think that you guys will use heavily, but I'm just going to show you quickly some basic syntax here. So what it is it says when you are creating the new record, right? That's where this command is used, insert into. And then the table name, then the columns you supply and the values. Okay. Now value 1 will belong to column, will go into column 1, value 2. So again, it's the same order. Whatever order of column you specify, your values will try to go into the same columns and it might throw you an error. If it's out of order, or if you have different number of columns and different number of values, then it will throw you error as well. So let me pick a small table so that I can show you how this thing works. Okay, so I have one table called code value, and code ID, it says not null, not null, not null, not null, not null. That means I have to supply all 5 values, because I cannot insert any null values or blank values in that. So let me see what I have in the code value. So I'm going to run one simple command. Okay. Again, you can practice on your own. Let's say I want to enter a new dealer shop type. So what I'm going to do is, let me check one more thing here. Not here, design. Just want to make sure whether it's identity or not. Okay, it's not identity or anything, so it's good. Okay, so what I can do is I can insert, I need to supply all the values. Okay, so 2565 is the highest number. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say insert into, and then the table name, code value. Okay, and then the column. So code ID, code type. Then we have code description, our active flag. Okay, so these 5 values, 5 columns, and I need to put values. Okay, and then need to supply the values. So whatever the next number is 2565, so 2566, and then let's say vehicle make is the code type, and code can be ABC. Okay, and XYZ is a description, and then I'm going to put active flag. Now here you see the numeric values I'm not putting in the quotes, but other values I'm putting in the single quote. You have to look at the table definition, and if it's integer values or bit values or number values, you don't have to put that in the quotes, basically numbers, but all other values you have to put it in the quote. Okay. And if I run this, let's see if it lets me insert the value. Okay, it is identity column. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that column. Okay, and now try to insert it. Okay, it says 1 row is affected. And now if I run the value, I should see vehicle make has that value at the end or somewhere. Okay, let's see where our value went. Okay, where code is equal ABC. Let me just run a query here. Okay, so I see 2566 vehicle make ABC, XYZ, and 1. So our record is inserted in there, and so forth. Okay, so that's a pretty basic insert command. You can use it to populate the values. If you have 5, let's say you are trying to set up a dealer, right? So you can write this type of query in the dealer. Make sure you supply all the not null values, okay, and appropriate values in the dealers or lender table. So if I go to the lender, so this one is not null, everything else is null, but I would still put company name and certain other fields so that you can populate the lender record in that. Okay, and finally, let's say the final command that I wanted to show you is a delete. So this is a delete command. Again, there is not much variation in the insert. It's kind of like a select. Okay, insert is like that. Okay, that's the way you have to write it. Insert command. There is no other variation like a select. Select is the most complicated one. It could get complicated once you start into the other things. Okay, but the delete and inserts are very straightforward. So what the delete says is delete, then you say from table, whatever table, Here we are saying code value. Then you supply the where clause where code ID is equal to 2566. So what I'm trying to say is I can supply where clause in the delete command and delete from this table where the code ID is 2566. So if I run this query, it will get rid of the newly added record, and I shouldn't see any more record information here. Okay, so it's gone from the table. So let's come back to the delete here. I'll just show you the syntax. As I said, delete from table name, and the where condition. Whatever the condition you specify, it will delete those type of records. Not much to it. I mean, for that, and so forth. Okay. Any question? Yeah.
Harshal, in delete command, so we have like a delete or the complete row.
Yeah.
So every time SQL will delete the complete row, or
yes, it will delete the whole row, the whole
Okay.
record. Okay. Its a record will be gone for the delete. See, when you want to modify, right, you can update portion of it using the update command for the modification. But insert is complete record. You can't insert like only certain things. You have to supply certain field values and insert it. Delete it same way. Either it's a whole record or nothing.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
As I said, I mean, you can look at the like statement right here. There is available here. Get familiar with like pattern. This is the syntax for that, and work through that. They have certain table here as well. So you can practice with that table, or you can use it on the Arfloan table database that you have. Wildcards are nothing but a percent that I showed you, right? Percentages, but there are other wildcards as well. They are talking about MS access, so we are not worrying about access. Yeah, wildcards characters in the SQL Server. So you have SQL Server. So this is the most commonly used wildcard, and that's the one you're gonna use it most likely. Other ones, don't even worry about it. You not practically will never use other ones. Okay. Then I'm going to show you one last thing. Okay. It's a little bit complicated syntax, but let me see if I can show you that. Now, when you want to retrieve the information from multiple tables, okay, that's where you have joins. And this is the most common join you will end up using, inner join. There are other types of join, which I'm not going to talk. But this is the way to join two tables on a common column. Okay, so what the syntax wise it looks like, select whatever columns from table 1, then you're gonna join second table. Okay, inner join table 2 on what is common, what columns are common you can join on, basically. Okay, so on table 1 dot column name equals table 2 dot column name. Okay, so let me come back to our example here. So in the users table, right, I'm just gonna go to the users here. Okay, so let's say I have this user record, and then I have this shop ID and the lender ID. Okay, so if I want to pull information, so users table, right, users, and let's say lenders table. Okay, so we are trying to join these two tables. This one has a user ID as a primary key. This one column it has is lender ID. Okay, this is a lender ID. Now lenders table also has a lender ID, but in this table it is a primary key. So these two are primary keys. Okay, so what the rule says, you can join these two tables as long as both have same columns. So what you can join lender and users on lender ID column, you can use this column to join the tables and then pull the information in the same query from both tables. Okay, so I can pull out certain fields from lenders, I can pull out certain fields from users, I can do that only if I have these common columns in the tables. Lender ID is common in our case. Okay. So what I can do is I can write a query here. And let's say select, let's pull certain fields. Username, password, user type. Okay. So these three fields I'm pulling from the users table. And then what I have is from the lenders table, I can pull the company name. Let's just pull company because I just want to see how many users belong to this particular company. Okay. So now I'm writing a query. Now I add same syntax from users table, right? So this is my first table. Now the syntax wise, what it says here, you have to have this join, right? So I'm going to copy paste the syntax here. So inner join table 2. So table 2 is lenders in our case, because we are joining lenders table. Okay. On table 1 dot column name. So our table 1 is users table. Okay. So I'm going to update that users. And what is the table 2? So I'm going to change it as lenders. Okay. So first you can have it this way. And then the column name equals column name. So what are the common column? So lender ID exists in lenders table, as I showed you, right? And the users also have lender ID. So I can join on that table. So I can say lender ID and change this one to lender ID. Okay. So what is our query does not change. These 4 fields I'm picking out from 2 different tables. From users, inner join lenders on. Let me just put in the same line so that you can see it. On users.lender ID is equal lenders.lender ID, and I can run this query. And it will see there is a one record. Test lender has a user basically, and it's returning me that particular user information. Okay. So again, in your test database, we have only one record that belongs to the lender user. Okay. If let me change this to dealers. Okay. Inner join dealers. So instead of joining users, I'm going to join with lenders. I'm going to join with dealers. Okay. So user dot lender ID. So instead of that, user dot shop ID, because I know shop ID is available in the users table as well as in the dealers table. Okay. So I'm just trying to see how many records it comes back up. So again, the common columns are changing, shop ID. Okay. And the company name is not in the dealers table. So let me see shop name. I think it's a shop name. Okay. So let me see how many dealer users are there in the system. So here we have more. So I have German Toyota has this many users, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 users belongs to German Toyota, 1 belongs to auto body, actually 5 users, and then 2 belongs to just T as a shop name. So that way I can pull information from multiple tables and work with that. Again, you can apply the same where clause here, where shop name, if you just want German Toyota, you can just say German Toyota user and run the query, and it will return me only German Toyota users. Okay. So this is very helpful when you have when you want to pull up information from multiple tables. And as I said, both table has to have a common column where you can create a join on. Okay, so that's the join condition. And when I say inner join, both the lender ID exists in both tables as a column, right? But the values has to match in both tables as well. Okay, so that's where it will create a join and pull up the information. Okay, so let me take a pause here and see if you have any question on that.
Harsha,
don't mind, can
I
you
don't
please-
see, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I don't see Arfloan backup file in my SQL.
Hold on to that. if you have any question on the topic, that we can talk.
Okay.
Leela, did you have a question?
Harshal, it's me, Shruti.
Shruti, yes.
Can you please repeat the last part if you don't mind?
Yeah, so let me come back to syntax. Do you guys understand the syntax here, right?
Yeah.
Select the common from table 1, right? So what we are trying to do, like this diagram is a Venn diagram, right? So
Yeah.
what it says is this common part, so the common columns, so think of it, this is the lender ID part, okay? So if the lender ID exists, the value wise, not the column we are joining, but the values both has to have a same value, okay? Then it will include in the result, okay? So what let me do here, let me put the users.lender ID, okay? That which might make it clear, dealers.lender ID. Typos, okay? So now don't worry about syntax. What I'm saying is, since lender ID exists in both tables, I have to, sorry, SOP ID, not lender ID. We are talking about dealer here. When you put in the select statement, you can specify the table name, which table you are pulling the SOP ID from. So this is like a users.SOP ID, then dealers.SOP ID. So what it's saying is, and if I run it, see the SOP ID exists in both tables. So this is coming from first column, SOP ID is coming from users table. Second one is from dealers table. Okay. So they both has to have a same value as well. Okay. So then only it will return in the inner join. Okay. So that's the point of this Venn diagram. That's what it says as. Syntaxically, this is how you need to write it. But then what's happening is both have a same value, then it will be included in the result at this point.
Okay.
Yep. Now, as I said, there are other joins as well, but most likely you practically will not use it. If I use this type of joins, you're gonna see different results coming out. Okay. Left and right join as well, but I would not focus much on that. Stick to the inner join for 99% of your queries. Okay. So that's the reason. I'm not going to talk about left join and right joins as well. Okay. But syntaxically, they are all same. Just instead of inner, you are saying right or left. But again, the data it returns is a little bit different.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. And as I said, I mean, you can work through the W3 school exercise as well. Hopefully it's giving you some idea. You're not going to be master of SQL because it requires a lot of practice. But all I wanted to give you is some basic commands so that you can survive the interview, first of all, because this is something they will ask you in the interviews as well. If you specifically, I think, if you mention SQL on the resume, they will ask you some basic thing. And hopefully you understand what is a primary key and those things as well, because that's something they will definitely check. What is your understanding on the primary key and so forth. And some select statement, how do you pull the information from one table versus two tables and so forth. Okay. All right. Any other question? And I think this is all I wanted to cover from the SQL standpoint. And as I said, you can work through more practice, run the queries on the tables, go through this W3 schools on the left side, and try to run it, what we discussed today. At least the insert statement and delete as well. So it will give you some more idea about that. Okay. Any question? If not, then I'll hand it over to Dilip here. Dilip, you there?
Yes, Harshal, I'm here.
Okay.
So hang on.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to give it to Dilip and we'll work through one last item for today.
Okay, so let me know when everybody can see my screen?
It came up, Dilip.
Okay. So what we want to do now is just review everything that we have done it over last 10 sessions, right? So this will essentially allow you to capture what you know about the quality assurance and the overall software development lifecycle in the role of quality assurance person into that lifecycle. So what I want to do is we'll put the SDLC phase, and then I want all of you to tell me what activities you think you did or you learned over the last 10 weeks that belongs into that phase, what tools we use it, and what are the outputs that or artifacts that we produce. Okay. You could, let me see if I can change the view to see everybody else also. Okay. So let's start with the planning phase. Anybody want to share what activities you did during that phase? It's going to be your answer. That's what it's going to capture. What I'm trying to capture is what did you grab or grasp from the workshops and the learning classes.
How
So
to
do you
write
do
the,
any activity in planning?
how to write the
No.
scenarios?
Is that what you did in an SDLC planning phase?
In planning, as a quality assurance, we don't do anything. It's a project manager, I think.
Mhm.
Stuff.
So what is the work which is done during the planning phase?
The
Let's
budget?
talk at the budget. Do you do that budget?
No, the project manager, and it is high level budget management, right?
It's essentially when you go take an idea and trying to go through the approval process and says, is it even worth building a system from there, right?
Okay.
So you as a quality assurance, let me rename this to quality QA activity so it'll be more clear. So what phase comes after planning?
Analysis.
Okay. So what did you do during analysis as a quality assurance person?
So this is basically the BAs. They do the analysis, and by the end of the analysis phase, as a QA, we read the documents and planning for the test cases.
Okay, when you say you read the documents, what documents you read?
So the BAs, they are doing the analysis and writing the requirement
The
documents.
requirement documents.
And
Okay.
by the end of this phase, they are producing the document, and as a QA, we are going through the requirements and planning for like writing test cases.
The test plans are, the test plan is done in this stage.
So test plan is here. Now, Dimple, when you say it's you do test cases and that, do you do that at the analysis phase?
No, I mean to say the test plan, not writing test case.
Okay.
Like reading the requirements, and while reading the requirements, we are like mentally we are preparing for the tests. Like what are the scenarios? Is this requirement right or wrong?
Okay.
So is the document has sufficient enough data that we may require while writing the cases? So those kind of stuff.
Okay. Let me see if I can. Figure it out later. So test plan, then what else you do it?
Providing feedback.
What kind of feedback?
After reviewing requirement and test plan, if we don't understand anything or there is any clarification which we want.
So what do you do? What is the term that you use for that? Because you just don't provide any feedback, right? You have a specific reason why you provide a feedback.
Yeah.
Why do you provide that feedback? What is the reason behind it?
We can say it's 3C, like the
Yeah.
name you're
Yeah.
asking about 3Cs and T.
Yep. Okay. What else you do then?
Test strategies.
That's part of the test plan, right?
Okay.
So we can just say test. Anything else you do that? Okay. What tools you use?
We are just reviewing the document, so I don't think we don't use any tools.
Okay, where did you review the requirements document into? So where the requirements was documented by the business analyst, what tools are potentially can be used for that?
Zira and Azure.
Okay, data, and then, right? Do you use any other tools? Do you use Word or anything, tools like that to review your requirements, right? So typically that's called as a productivity suite.
Which one is that?
It's like Microsoft Word, Excel,
Okay.
PowerPoint,
Uh-huh.
those kind of things.
Okay.
Okay. Do you use any of the tools that Herschel mentioned in the earlier session today?
Yeah, it's like test-driven something AATD. Not remember.
That's the methodology. It's not the
Okay.
tool, right? What is the
Okay.
tool?
Notepad,
Which one?
Agile. Oh,
Cucumber,
Agile is methodology.
methodology.
Okay.
is it Cucumber and Notepad?
So Notepad is part of the productivity suite, right? So, but like it's you use Cucumber or what syntax do you use it?
Gherkin.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So Gherkin, is this a tool or is this a syntax where we are writing the test case?
It's a syntax, but it is the key thing that you used it to put what is known as acceptance criteria, right?
Okay.
You build it out high-level scenarios. Okay. What artifacts that you produce it into the analysis phase?
time estimate.
Okay. So you can just say,
Time estimate, or you can say,
right, you
like,
can just say effort estimate.
okay, and like number of QAs required for like how many.
So where does all of that thing goes into? Do you do it individual
no,
separate, or do
that
you
will
do?
that should go into the budget planning, but from the requirement.
Don't use, I would be cautious in using the word budget planning, right? Because you're not planning any budget. That's project
Yes.
manager's responsibility. Right? What you're providing it is an estimate of how much time it will take you to in order to validate all the requirements outlined into the test requirements document, right?
Okay. But though, so are these two activities like side to side?
So remember, the activities is things that you do it. Artifacts is the outputs that you produce. So when you do the test plan, test strategy, test estimate, what is the output you produce? Right? What is the document that you read it? Remember, there were 3 documents, right? The first document was requirements
The
document.
design document.
Design.
And what was the third document? Who produces
plan.
design document? Let's talk for a moment. Who produces design document? Do you do that as a
No.
quality assurance person? No, right?
No.
We talked already, the requirement document is created by the business analyst. Then who creates the third document, which is the test plan?
Software architects.
The lead, the
Test
test
planning.
lead.
That's plan.
Test planning is the like
Who
QA lead.
creates? Yeah, it's a QA lead, right? It's not the architect. It's not the
Yeah.
leads, right? So that artifact is what it contains all the information about the strategy and estimate. Okay. Is there anything else that you created? So in the morning when Herschel talked about the gherkin cucumber, you guys mentioned that you did something in the notepad. What was that?
Writing test acceptance criteria.
Yeah, it's an acceptance criteria, right? So at some point you will start identifying, hey, for all these requirements, here is the acceptance criteria it's going to look like. Okay. All right. Anything else you produce it?
So like as
Scenarios.
Test scenarios?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit more about test scenarios. Give me an example in the case of Arfloan.
Positive and negative.
But those are, okay, positive and negative, but do you detail out all of those in the analysis phase?
In the analysis phase, no.
Okay. So let's leave it there for a moment. Anything else that you produce?
okay, so Dilip, in the test plan document, I think he showed one document in the session. According that document, like showed us like how many test cases it will be have.
That's
Okay.
Right. That's an effort to get an estimate.
Okay, so for that, to find an estimate, so we have to go through the scenarios and all kind of that stuff.
Right, but did you go through it, all the detailed scenarios?
No.
So So let's keep that as a red for now, and we'll revisit that a little bit later. Anything else that you put create as an artifact? All right. Let's say it's, what is the third phase? What comes after analysis?
Design.
Okay. As a quality assurance person, what do you do during the design phase?
We review the design document.
Okay.
And also revise the test plan.
Okay, what else you do?
Start writing test cases.
Okay. What else? What other activities you do? All right, 30-second, no more. So let's move to tools. What tools you use?
I have one question. Don't we write test cases in the implementation phase?
I don't know. Nobody said anything. I think it's Dimple
I-
said that you write test cases at design. So let's talk it through.
I think we write it in implementation phase.
Yeah, in implementation we write this.
Okay. So Dimple, do you agree, disagree?
So I have the requirement document. Based upon that, I can write the test cases, I think.
But do you do that at the design phase? I think that's the question that is being raised.
Mhm.
Okay. So to me, it looks like a disagreement, right? Dimple thinks you start writing in design phase, and both of you think it's going to be in the implementation phase. So let's keep it flagged as a red, and then we'll come back later. Okay. Any other activities you perform during the design phase as a quality assurance person?
I don't think so.
Okay. So let's talk about the tools that you use. What tools you used during design phase to do those three activities that you talked about? Okay.
Like if we are changing the test plan, if we're revising the test plan, should we change, make the different changes in Jira and Azure DevOps?
Don't know. You're asking me a question. I'm asking you a question. What tools you used it?
Because like for the test plan in the previous phase, we used Jira and Azure DevOps, and like if we are revising, we have to make the changes again in Jira, all other tools which we have used.
Now, let me ask a question. Do you use Jira and Azure DevOps to write the test plans?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Any other tools that you use?
Office, MS Doc.
Okay. Okay. Any other tools? Right. What output do you produce? No output is produced. If you don't produce any
Test plan.
output, my question is, why do you do this activity? Now,
When we
was that
revised it,
was that a question, or that was an answer to my question that this is what we produce? Somebody mentioned test plan, but like the tone was asking question.
oh, sorry, no. I was like unmuting it and like it came like that.
Okay.
Revising of the test, like since we have revised the test plan, again, we will have the test plan updated.
All right. Anything else? All right. Let's continue to move. What will be the next phase?
Implementation.
Okay. What activities you do?
Test scenarios and create test scenarios and write test cases.
Test scenarios. Right. Test cases. Okay. To do anything else?
I think that's it. Like we write the test case while the implementation process is going on.
Okay. What tools you use?
The Word document to write the test scenarios and test cases.
Mhm. Okay. Do you use anything else?
Again, Jira and Azure.
Yeah, Zero, Azure, Cucumber.
Okay. Say Cucumber.
घर के
Okay. Use Gherkin here for the implementation. Okay. What do you produce?
The test cases.
So do we use Ruby in the test tools used? Or
So-
Normally you would, but you guys haven't used it, right? Again, if you're writing the automation test scripts, yes, there are a lot of things that could happen for the automation side of things. But you guys really didn't use it, so.
Okay. What additional things that you will produce? Just the test cases?
The test scenarios and test cases.
Okay. Right.
Do we also come up with the step-by-step instructions, like the test scripts and everything in this stage?
Was that a question or that
Yeah,
was?
I'm doubtful. I think it comes in this stage where we are writing the step-by-step cases, also like the test script in this stage.
What does everybody else think?
In test cases, that I mean that is included in the text cases, I think.
Okay. So that's already included in test cases. Do you agree, disagree?
I think the test script is different.
What is it different? Tell me about it.
Like it's just like giving more step-by-step instructions.
Then what exactly you're doing in
Is the
test
step
cases?
cases too? Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah.
So you agree, disagree?
I agree.
Okay. Anything else you produce? All right. What's the next phase?
Test.
Okay. What do you do?
Execute test.
Okay. What else?
Defect management.
Preparing the reports.
What reports?
It will come under the defect management.
Defect management, yeah.
Okay. Anything else? So let me be more clarified, right? You guys say defect reports, right? Anything else?
It will also give the reports of not only defect, right? Like if it is approved or if the test is passed or failed, those kind of reports also we get in this testing phase.
Okay. So
kind of like a progress reports.
Yeah.
okay. Anything else? All right. So what other tools you use here for testing?
UFT for automation.
UFT. Yeah.
Okay.
We can even use Azure DevOps.
So what do you do in Azure DevOps?
It's a manual testing.
There is a option on the Azure DevOps to execute the test. Like we go step by step.
So you record the test results in there, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Any other tools?
The application itself.
Yeah, but that's not the tool, right?
Okay.
As a test and a quality assurance person, what tools
Jira
you
as
will
well.
use?
Jira.
Okay. Okay. What else you will use?
SQL, SQL.
So
No.
what do you use SQL for?
Like when we execute the test. So there, like.
So you use SQL to execute the test?
No, not execute the test. To verify some information. Like if I have created a user account, then I will to verify instead of log into the user account, I'm going to verify into the database.
Okay.
For that, I can use SQL.
Okay. All right. Any other tools?
SOAP UI.
Okay. I'm going to put Ruby. I know you guys haven't used it, but it's the tool that will probably going to use it.
And add the Selenium and Water as well. It's kind of like a part of the automation, just Water Selenium.
What do you produce?
Reports.
Okay. What else?
Defects.
Like I have a question, like does the comparison reports is also called as a test reports? Like now the expected results and the actual reports, it's same the test reports, right?
So when you say comparison, right? Remember, what is the output to produce when you compare it? The only thing you tell it is, right? It's whether the test is passed or failed.
So
And then
the
you
test
capture the expected results in the document or actual results in the tool itself, right?
yeah.
Whether it's a Excel, Word, Jira, or Azure DevOps. So think about it, right? Test report talks about how many tests passed, how many failed, right? Anything else? Right? What is the next phase?
Acceptance.
What do you do in acceptance phase?
Actually, this is the users who do this phase. Sometimes
Okay.
QA is
The test
this.
support.
You do test support. Okay. What else? Do you do anything else?
Some load testing kind of stuff.
Right. What else you do it? What tools you use?
So it's end-to-end testing.
Is that an activity or tool?
It's an activity. So
Okay.
it's on the.
So you do end-to-end testing where? In the acceptance phase, you say?
Yes.
Okay. What else you do? What is the purpose of acceptance testing or acceptance phase?
So
You guys-
business people, they check if the application meets the business requirement.
Okay.
And it
So
goes
what-
to the deployment or production.
Okay. What do you do as a quality assurance? Do you do anything? Any type of testing at all, other than load testing or E2E testing that somebody mentioned here? Are you guys okay going over about 5-7 more minutes?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's past 1 o'clock. Okay.
I think that we don't do any testing in acceptance phase. We
Okay.
do all the testing in testing phase.
So what you're recommending is to move the load testing and E2E testing to the testing phase? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Everybody agrees? Dimple, do you agree?
Actually, some Harshil mentioned some tests they do while acceptance. I did not remember the name, so that's why I thought it's load testing. But there was some.
Okay.
So
I did not
did you guys
remember
do
those.
any load testing in the class? I mean,
No.
right? Okay. Because if you mention something in the interview that you haven't done, I mean, and if you are not sure about that, they can drill you on the interviews as well.
Philip, I don't know about load testing, but end-to-end testing, we can do it in testing.
Again,
It's
when you
not-
say we can
not-
do it, or when is it done? That's the question. As a quality assurance person, when do you do what type of activity? That's what this effort is.
Yeah, in testing phase.
Okay, so you want me to move E2E testing to the testing phase?
Yes.
No,
No, somebody saying no.
no, it won't go to like, because as a QA, maybe I am working on only one module and other QAs, they are also working on each and every module. So they are not supposed to do end to end.
Ah. So are you talking about the activity that which will happen in the testing phase versus activities which will happen in acceptance phase? And you think testing phase covers only testing that I do as an individual tester, nothing else. Is that right?
I think so.
Okay.
But depending on the environment, they use the testing, like the system test and everything
Okay.
in the
So,
testing phase.
all right. So let's leave it red for now, because I think there is a disagreement. What tools you use? All right.
We use Azure DevOps.
To do a test support, you're going to do Azure DevOps.
Oh,
For what activity you'll use Azure DevOps?
it's a system.
Again, this is where Herschel was pointing it out earlier, right? Don't guess the things. And there are a lot of things you have done it, right? It's not that you don't know, it's your confidence talking here. What artifacts you produce?
Like if we after if the application meets the acceptance test criteria, then it can go into the production environment.
So the artifacts you just say is that you just say is system readiness.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? A lot of times that is also known as a go, no-go decisions. Right, whether it's ready for the prime time or not. Anything else?
So during this maintenance.
So are you talking
No,
about
I'm sorry. This will come under the deployment.
what will come under deployment?
Once they deploy, so there will be maintenance phase. It's
so that's the next phase, right?
Yes, that's the next phase.
What do you do as a quality assurance person?
If defects pop up, and we will maintain, like we will just take care of those bugs.
When you say you will take care of the bugs, what does that mean?
We will just create, we will come up with the defect reports and
Okay. So you can say defect management. Okay. All right. So a couple of things I do want to, like, it's kind of, you guys to think between now and tomorrow is, are these red activities that I flagged it? Do you do it in the place where you identified, right? So for example, writing the test cases at 2 places, right? That's something that for you to think about it. here's what I will show, right? Because you guys have done way a lot more than these things in terms of doing a quality assurance activities, right? So here is an example of what you do, right? So we covered everything, right? 3C and testing, test plan, and this. So that was good in analysis phase. Now, in the design phase, what you missed it is essentially building out the test scenarios in creating the test cases. So essentially, this is the shell. Remember, we talked about the tree?
Yeah.
Right? That's what you missed it, that you need to think about doing that. Also, more importantly is, if you look into the test plan, right, you're constantly producing a test reports in order to tell what the progress is happening. So you will be producing it to say, hey, how many test cases you're planning to write it versus what is the current status, how many you finished writing it versus how many still left it, and so on. Right? When you build a test scenario, you just say, hey, in order to validate this requirement, I'm going to have 10 test cases. Well, and here are the 10 different scenarios. Well, then you're going to take some time to write each one of those detailed test cases, right? So that's where the line is a little bit blurry in terms of when do you write it, the details versus when do you just give the scenario between the design and implementation phases, right? But then you produce test reports as you go through it. Dimple, you had a question?
Yes, so like in the design, here you have mentioned creating test cases. So that's what I was pointing, like it doesn't clear to me. In the design phase, we have creating test cases, and the implementation, we have writing detailed test cases.
Right, so think of this way, right? What is the first activity you did it when we started breaking down the requirements? You started building out a scenario tree, right? And then you identify what you needed and what stuff you need to do it. Now, this is also when you start talking about writing detailed test cases, that's the point where you start getting into all the data also, right? So a lot of times there is things comes around the test data management, right? That's part of the writing detailed test cases. So you can just say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and do a test data management here also, because I need to not only just build the test data, but I need to create them also, right? So what you're going to see a lot of times, sorry, that's the wrong one. You're going to see a test data management happening also in the design phase, because you need to identify, hey, I'm going to log in as a dealer. Well, then I need a dealer ID and a password. I'm going to create a credit application. Well, I'll need all those credit application details in order for me to successfully creating a credit application. Right? And most of the testing that you perform, it's going to happen in the testing phase, even whether it's an end-to-end system testing, load and performance testing, all of that happens during the test phase. Now, what you do at an acceptance phase is essentially at that point, you're talking about, hey, my system is ready for deployment or for acceptance or not. And that's when you produce that output. And into the acceptance phase, you a lot of times conduct user acceptance testing on the behalf of user, or you support their effort to do the testing, right? So you identified supporting it, but you miss the fact that sometimes they will also ask you as a test team to do the testing on their behalf. Okay. What I would recommend is we have, I'm trying to remember the module number. I think it's a number 5, which is all different types of testing. I would definitely it's recommend all of you to review that in order to understand what type of testing happens in the test phase versus what happens in acceptance phase versus what you do it in the analysis phase. Because remember, we talked about static testing. That's nothing but 3C and T validation. Okay. So we've done all of these things. We have talked about all of these tools, stuff and that. Where you need to do it is be confident about the work that you're doing. So when you go into the interviews, they will ask it, hey, what did you do in analysis phase? Right? How did you go about writing the test cases? Well, then you can just break it down and say, hey, I did requirement analysis. And from there, we broke it down into test scenarios that talked about what are the different conditions I need to test it and different scenarios and situation I need to test. And that's when you get into the details. Okay. Are you guys good?
Yeah.
Questions? Okay. So remember, like this, use this chart in order to ground yourself in terms of what you do in what phase, because that will be a key chart that will be useful in answering some of the interview questions. Okay. Harshal, I think we are ready to wrap up now.
Can you
Okay.
please share this chart with us?
Yeah, Harshal will send it out.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
send it out.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so tomorrow's right. I think most of you are working online, and so what we'll do is we'll carve out the teams. Let us take a look at it, Dilip. You and I can work through it and see who can be part of what team,
Mhm.
and we can come up with the teams from their standpoint. But I think tomorrow's session, I think we can push it online. Because you guys will be working activity and we can carve out the rooms so that you can work together as a team in the room on the Zoom, and you can discuss basically the things that you have to produce as well. So that's so no classroom tomorrow. We will work in the team. I think most of you are working from online anyway. That's what it is. And I think we can regroup at 8:55 or 8:50 tomorrow and work through the team process, and then have you guys start working in the team for the artifacts for the QA stuff. If you have not read it, the document, I would strongly recommend just to read the document. If you have time today, definitely spend maybe an hour or two today and work through that. So tomorrow we'll have project session. Thursday we'll have project session, as well as next Saturday. 3 project sessions we will focus on. Okay, then the plan to join 8:50. Okay, tomorrow we'll start back up, and because I don't want you guys to lose a project time as well. I think it's a very important tomorrow's session. So. Is anybody not planning to attend tomorrow? Okay, so that it just helps us divide up the team properly. So, okay, then we'll see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of Saturday.
Thank you.
Okay.
You
All right.
too.
Have a good day.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You too.